my mics. Yo, what is going on, peoples? 8:20. Second day of trying to stream. Um, I still find myself fired. Is life. I did do like a somewhat practice stream yesterday, and I started playing this game because I worked a little bit. I did a little bit of QA on this game, especially for the 2.0 launch back in 2017. I want to say maybe 2016, but I think it was more closer to 2017, like the middle of 2017. Anyways, I was gonna play Street Fighter 6 today. Like that was the whole goal. I mentioned it in the stream. I was gonna buy myself Street Fighter 6. The plan was I was gonna pick Honda and um, kind of just see how much of the old stuff helps me with the new game, and how much of the new stuff I can actually learn. Um, so we moved from Cali to Kansas earlier this year, and we had like a small Nissan Sentra. So packing our life in California into a Sentra didn't quite work out. So we just brought basically like the bare, and I mean bare essentials to start life out here, and in the process realized, damn, I ain't got my stick. I came to my desk like, all right, cool. I had, I was looking at Street Fighter 6, and oh, we in here. How do I respond to this? Can I chat? Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up, Steve? um, so I don't have a stick. I was looking around and I just realized like I don't have a stick. And when it comes to Street Fighter in particular Street Fighter, I can't play with the pad. I tried doing it for Street Fighter 4. Let's just say a pad didn't make it out of my frustration. So I'm just not that handy in that game in particular with the pad. Like if you give me another game like a 3D game like Tekken, I'm pretty good in the pad. Anything that's like kind of like a four button, even a little bit to the extent like Dragon Ball Fighters, anything of that sort. Like I'm decent, but Street Fighter in particular, it might be just because I'm an arcade rat from back in the days. Um, I'm just I'm just like that. Like I don't know, something about like just being with six buttons and stuff. So as I got the 1 day boost yesterday and this event is going on, and I do really enjoy this game. What I just figured I'd do, I just fish slap some people as much as I can, play a little bit of A round, try to get some comments, some questions, as people probably trickle in. Chill, like I said, I recently got fired from my position over at Nat Games. Myself along with a lot of great people, um, and now I got time. One thing when you have a job, and I'll just start playing the game real quick. Um, One thing when you have a job, like I don't know if anybody's ever seen that meme where it's like the problem with the job. Problem growing up is when you're young, you have all the time in the world, and you ain't got no money. And then we all grow up, we get jobs, we start working on our careers, start raising our family, and all that good stuff. And then we ain't got no time. You know what I'm saying? And then when we do scrape up the time, we binge game. There's been sessions where I needed to game, after not game for 6 months, and I just sit here all night and game. I don't know, 8, 10 hours in the middle of the night. Start a session up like at midnight or whatever. And then it'd be like 8 o'clock in the morning. It's like, oh, the sun's coming up, and my eyes hurt. Maybe I should go to sleep. But that's not necessarily healthy. Um, Sorry, y'all. I just gotta send this really quick.
And here I thought goatmen were strange.
Um, where was I? Um, I really don't remember now. Oh, it's not really health. It's not really like the health aspect of it. That's not really anything that gets me. It's just I don't know. Why is it that I have to play Why is it that I have to play late at night and not like during like a regular hour? It's because we all got jobs, or we all had jobs, or at least I had a job. Um, so now that we got some time and figured why not see what comes out of this. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. I'll do this. Let's go. So yesterday I spoke about how I love this character, Murky. That's like my favorite character. It's not even close. Like how like, ooh, like how much I play this character, played this character as opposed to everybody else in the cast. Like I really spend a lot of time with this character. He does have some bad matchups, especially early on. This is one of them. Nazeebo does like, especially as he gets boosted, like if he like builds correctly. Nazeebo is a little bit of a hassle to try to get through. You know, the spiders, the toads, they all do a lot of damage to Murky, and Murky is just, he's soft. Just because he can kind of come back super quick. I think every time I die, and I should have spotted this yesterday. I think every time I die is like 8 seconds. Oh. Alright, cool. But they're winning bottom, so as long as I can keep this guy from like basically not destroying our fence here, putting damage on that fence, but we're gonna be up. We'll be fine. There we go. Oh. Alright, cool. Give me help. I'm getting help. Let me drink some of that juice, some of that magic water. Somebody's coming up. Cool, I think he might have been spotted though, I'm not sure. Ooh, we got him. The gank. Let's go. Smack him. Let's go. Let's go. This one, I think I'm gonna do this just because I'm gonna be in a lot of one confrontations here. I can build up this talent very quick. What this talent does is 4 talent slime time. And so anytime you hit an opponent or any enemy actually with your Q, your slime, it leaves them with that cool. I don't know if you can see it like on these enemies here. Like it leaves them with like a film. Like you pretty much affect them with slime. It slows them down. If you're able to do it, if you're able to hit an enemy consecutively while they're still affected of the effects of slime, it builds up a stack and it makes it stronger every single time. Like it just, so when you get to the later stages and you talent up a little bit more, like it does a lot of damage. Let's see if we can get this going here. See, I got 1 stack right there. Oh, let me out, let me out, let me out. I'm gonna go down and move this since he has to defend against that ninja. I have 1 stack of cash which I can't use now, but I'll just move this along. Let's go. Leave me alone. Oh, he's fighting. He's scrapping. He's scrapping. Where you going, Leoric? And Nazeebo's gonna stay pushing top, so I'm gonna just get off there. I don't want to lose the top either. This one, yeah. See, he does a lot of damage. Building up them stacks. Building up them slime stacks. Oh, damn, I'm dying. Yep. So what is my timer? 7 seconds? 8 seconds? Something like that. It's not terrible, but as I mentioned yesterday, like every time I die, I give like almost like a wave's worth of XP to the team so they can catch up. But we did get the objective at bottom, so we are putting damage in there. Oh, we're gonna get him again. Come on, get him again. Positioning is not good with this Nazeebo though. Get him again. Nice. The Lily and the Artanis are really like rotating very well, helping me out whenever I need that help. So far we got this streak going. I won 3 in a row yesterday. Got 2 ARAMs under my belt,
To defend this target.
and a 2-lane quick play match like the one I got here. And now they're trying to get me. And this is when I just kind of like run around and just kind of egg them on and get it.
I will aid you.
Oh, oh, where we at here? Oh, we scrapping. He's dead. Nice. Hey, the rotations on my team is pretty good.
I am on my way to you.
And with those rotations, I'm gonna get Octograb, so whenever anybody rotates and feels like they can kind of mess with us, I'm just gonna Octograb them, and we should just be able to just put an end to whatever pressure they feel like that we got going. Hey, I've never seen this skin right here, like a cell shaded skin right there. I haven't been in this game in such a long time. Oh, you want me to build those stacks though? Come on. Come on. My bubble protects me. Let's see if I can get this guy in the Garrosh is right there. I think I can get him. So Garrosh is kind of difficult in a sense because he does a lot of damage to Murky. I didn't have my cooldowns there to kind of put that pressure on him, to slime him, lay down a pufferfish, Octograb him, and yeah, so he's gonna win that like 9 out of 10 times if I don't have my cooldowns and my talents correct. Damn, those spiders though.
I shall help.
It's like half my energy before I was able to burst that bubble.
Our paths shall be one.
Escort the crew.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna go with some more stacks right
I will
here.
aid you.
Oh! That kills my ult right there. That was bad for me. That was not a good that was not a good encounter for me. Luckily, I'm not costing the team too much XP. But I can do this and I can move this, so they're gonna leave me alone. Oh, I think I got this. What's up?
I will aid you.
Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Oh. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Lead you with the rope. Let's go. Damn, that was terrible. Them spiders. Probably get somebody down here though. Whoops, whoops. Got it. Let's go. Nope. We're gonna get this one too. Let's go. Let's go. That was nice. That was nice on our part. Cool, they're gonna take that to the objective spot. I gotta go and clear top. You got that? I think they still got that. They good.
Hello.
Yeah, we good. We have retrieved the payload or delivered it.
The enemy threatens me.
Alright, get pinging. I can rotate. I can rotate. We got that. Oh, okay, 1 for 1. 1 for 1. Alright, I'm gonna bounce out. We got that trade. 2 for 1. Oh. Go, run! Damn! I tried. I tried to run interference. It was a good trade until it wasn't. But I'm up in 8. Means I can keep pushing. I don't know, Zebo can push bottom, but we got a strong push top. I noticed yesterday my map was all blacked out. So I didn't have no light. And today it looks a little bit better because it's daytime out here. This one. Look at that damage. Let's go. Ah! I got too overzealous. I should have bubbled, zoomed out, let him re-aggro on some of the mobs that were there. Maybe just pulled away a little bit of attention from myself, let me heal a little bit, and then came back. Only got 1 stack though. Now I got 2 stacks. Let's go. I'm gonna get this little turret right here so if they come and mess with me. Nice. We got 2 in the bottom with the slam. Cool. 3. Team wipe. Let's go. I wasn't even there. It's like the Hunger Games. You just hear the bells go off. Now we got a strong push top. Oh! Nope, you will not be doing that. Ooh. Gotta build them stacks, Oh! Ooh, he got him. So, alright, cool. We got numbers on our side. It looks like it's even on top because it's 4v4 because they got a deadly orc. I'm going to go down and clear out the little mob in the bottom. Oh, damn. Now we don't have a healer, though. We might have to give up the objective on this one. But let me go push it so we give our leading time to kind of and we lost 2 right there. Oh, I forgot I dropped the turret right there because I never like actually put it down. That was my bad. Oh. Leave me alone. Oh no, I can't get too close to Raynor. Because he has like massive DPS, and the damage that he outputs on Murky, especially later in the game, like at this point, it's like insane. Like it's ridiculous how easy you can just mow him down. We got the whole team up here. We don't have our tank. We got to get that. Let's get that. Got that. Let's go. Good trade for us. Cooldown, then I got 20. Let me reduce this. So it reduces my slime from 4 seconds to 2 seconds. So I can just build stacks and just like keep stacking up my slime attack on the enemies pretty quick. Like it's ridiculous how much that builds up super fast. But I don't think it's going to be needed, to be honest. Yeah, nah, that's... Yeah, this is close to GG. This is super close to GG right here. Oh. Oh. Got that. GG. I didn't think it was gonna be that quick. Let's go. Alright, cool. We got that's 4 in a row. That's 4 in a row. So far playing it this way, it's been a 4 in a row. So let's see if we can keep the streak going. Oh, I didn't make it. I like alright, you got that. I like the Lily. The Lily and her Tans. Oh, sorry, it's between both of y'all. Both of you were like super have my back. So as we wait for the next adventure in life, or just even this next adventure, here I got 8 hours remaining on my boost. So I don't know. I guess part of this is, you know, being fired and talking about that and trying to be realistic as you know, as we try to. And these are really quick matches. As we try to go on with our lives and figure out what's next for you know, I think all of us who just recently got let go. And unfortunately on LinkedIn I saw another studio, I believe it was Studio 1047, I believe that's what they're called. They just went through their rounds as well. Like they just joined, you know, everything else that's happening. And I don't know, it's like
Wait a second. These readouts say you're male.
these things are,
How
I don't know, I guess as a whole, I guess I just can't fathom, right? We have literally like thousands of people all across the industry. And it's not just the US, you know, Europe. And the thing that kind of just not necessarily drives me crazy, but I guess the part that just doesn't let me comprehend how this can happen is I can understand when oh, and the reason why I put my egg here, sorry, instead of here, is because this one has a reveal on it, and there's a Zero tool, and he has cloak, so I just need to make sure that he doesn't rotate on me. Like, I guess the part that kind of has me is that you hear people being fired from Microsoft, Meta, Ubisoft, EA. These companies still have billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. You go look at their stock prices, you go look at just as a whole, the products that they're in charge of, right? And they let go of people that cost, you know, on average, let's just, gotta run. Gotta place another egg. Nah, it's dead. Darn it. I meant to place another egg on there, but that's the reason why I had it, because that let me know like that he was coming and gave me a chance to run. Let's go, the Haka. Let's go. Put in that work. I'll come out here and fight with you. I'm not scared, even though my egg is not out. So my egg is destroyed. What that essentially means is that when I get defeated or die, I get a full respawn counter, and I actually count towards like a whole death instead of just a quarter of a death. And I give full XP at that point instead of the quarter XP that I give when I die with my egg present. And that was a change, because I remember when Murky first came out, he didn't give any XP, I don't think, unless you killed him, like in his egg, I believe. And then it just, not necessarily that it was overpowered, it was just mad annoying to kind of compete against, you know. I'll go with Slime Time here too, just to build up this. Oh, I didn't see him. I should have seen him. My egg was out. Oh, they all rotated bottom. Oh, okay, cool. Oh.
Gather tribute.
No. Woo! Let's go. Mark. Where's the tribute? Right here. Oh, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this KT right here. Get this KT right here. Drop that egg. Get this KT right here. Oh, get him. Oh, oh, nice. Let's go, Morales. Oh, that was my bad. He doesn't see my egg right there, so we can see him. Da, 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 da. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. He did reduce cooldown on the bubble. Zagara is pushing top, which is cool, so that means we keep getting XP. I think I can gather this. Damn. Oh, they still haven't seen my egg. Still haven't seen my egg. He's gonna see it. He's gonna see it. No, he's not. Oh, he saw it. I gotta run. Damn. But look at the push on top though. Zagara is just pushing it in. I think she might just single-handedly win us the game. Having two pushers on the 3-lane map, and what I mean by pushers is like somebody who can clear these mobs super quick. Make sure that you can put damage on these stronghold fences and gates like super fast. And look, she's already pushed all the way to the last gate. After you push in this last gate, you start getting like catapults all the time. You just start getting the stronger mobs like that you can guide with, or stronger mobs that just kind of support your lanes. The more you like, I guess, you know, put damage, and it works both ways. Like there isn't a reduction to it. Like if your opponent is able to push just as far as you are, oh, I don't have my egg out. I could have died this whole time. I had no idea that my egg was still gone. Okay, cool. So let me. Oh, he's gonna see it. Maybe not. I can still build some stacks. Oh, just interrupted on time. Octo grab. No, I should have picked March. I should have, for this particular map, March of the Murlocs. I'll probably use it in one of the other maps. Oh. We're getting this, KT. Let's go. Cool, we got that tribute. Cause this is a tribute. Oh, he's gonna get my egg though. No. I'm nowhere around, so I guess it doesn't matter. But now I gotta worry about the Zero tool coming down. I can't be too careless out here and be out of position, because then I will be a full depth kind of break. He looks like he's middle. Alright, cool. So the next tribute to fight over will be on this little corner right here. Like the center right of the map. Top, about center right of the map.
Gather tribute or face my
I still don't have my egg out. I'm over here living on the edge right here. Oh! Oh! Look, he's right there. He's cloaked. Oh! Oh! I should really put an egg down though. Alright, they're gonna go top. I can't allow them to push this, so I'm gonna stay down and just guard and see how long I can keep two down here. But I should probably put an egg down though for sure. I don't know why I'm playing over here. I'm playing stupid games. Alright, cool. Let me see if I can get. Let's see if I can get this. Oh, he's gonna use the egg. No. Oh. got me right on time. It was like a .1. He like buzzer beat it. Oh, I was about to pop out. And now, like you can see, I got a full timer, 16 seconds at this point. But I was like literally a tenth of a second for popping out. I could have popped my bubble and just like walked away and just, yeah, that was on me. I put it in a stupid place. And then, so the tribute, this map lets you know like where the tributes are gonna spawn. So now we have this little tribute popping down here in like the bottom center. Oh, what are you doing?
Shall we see who gathers enough tribute this time?
Well, that's one problem dealt with.
So when they say boss, I don't know if you read the chats out here, when they ask for a boss, certain maps, I don't think it's every map, but certain maps have big, like Goliath, Behemoth type, like bosses, like these dudes, that you can recruit if you defeat them to like push maps with you, and they're super strong, but usually it takes like a whole team to push that, because they're that strong. There are some characters that can possibly like do that on their own. Nah, you're not gonna get me with that fire, huh? Oh. Put my eggs right here, so I should be okay. And now I can get back into the battle, see? Oh, he like teleported. Oh! No, I almost had that kill. But we got 3 tributes, so now the team is cursed. So what that does is it makes their minions basically have no health, like it's single kill, like they just die instantly. And I believe at this point their towers don't actually fire either. So so when these mobs start pushing, the towers won't actually defend themselves for as long. Oh damn. They killed my egg. I gotta go. Alright, 16. Any one of these, like Glass Cannon, Zeratul, KT, any of these characters that kind of come my way, I can defeat them with a really nice, like, well-placed combo. Slime, Pufferfish, lay down with the Octo, and that should be most of it. Just because that talent. That 16 talent of doing extra damage against heroes does so much against some of these like low life characters. Low life, that's messed up. Low health characters. And
My curse subsides.
let's see if I. Oh no, there's 2 of them though. I can't take on 2 of them. Ah. Let's see. Oh, look, he knows that I'm around. What's up, homie? Where you going? Can I talk to you about our savior, Murky? Are you gonna expose yourself? Yep. Oh, I missed the range on that one. That one was terrible. Oh, you don't want it. You don't want it. Oh, man. Oh. Oh. Oh, now I escaped. Let's go. Mark. And now the next tribute will be up here in this northern part, this northwest. Is it up? No, it's not up yet. I should just run. Actually, no, I can take this guy. What am I doing? Why am I scared of this guy? Oh, this he has homies. That's why I gotta run. I'm in the wrong hood. I'm in the wrong hood. Oh. They gonna find my egg? Nah, they gonna find my egg. Cool. All right, I want to get the Zeratul. I want to fish. I want to bouquet slap the Zeratul. With this skin, you get a bouquet slap. You don't get fish slap.
Shall we see who gathers enough tribute this time?
30 seconds. Let me clean up this mob stuff on top, because these ogres can do a lot of damage as well if they go unchecked. So So I just want to make sure that I let my catapult bare minimum, you know, start putting some hits on the board. Actually, I can probably push this in to go along with that second camp, so we have 2 catapults instead. Yeah, see, we got 2 catapults right there. And then I won't force them to come and fight me, but we have no healer for this next tribute fight, so I most likely will not go. There's no point. We can keep pushing. We're not in danger of losing anything just because it will be their second tribute, so they will still need to get 1 more. So we can give this one up, especially now that we're 2 down. Like, yeah, we should probably just give that one up. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. Leoric is here, and I gotta go. Hey, I'm telling you, look, aggro. They really don't like this cat. Oh, look, aggro. Oh, they got my egg. Damn, damn, damn. Damn, they got me. That was calculated, but that's cool. I think we're gonna get the tribute right there because they came after me. Let's go. Hey, that was worth it for me. I mean, I gotta wait a minute. But the fact that we didn't actually have to give that up because it was 3 people like paying attention to me, that's what Murky do. That's what Murky do. That's why I like Murky. You know what I'm saying? Murky just, if played correctly, he does what needs to be done. And a good team, you know, it's like that much better. But this map was a little bit tougher for me to get my stack, so I did find myself dying quite a few times. How many times have I died? 2 full ones? That's not terrible. That means I actually died 2 full times. I haven't, so far, I guess there's been no quarter kills on me, I don't think. Maybe 1? Cool, nice on the, nice. I wonder if I can take on the boss by myself. I'm gonna check, to be honest. I haven't. There are certain bosses with certain talents that I can like boss by myself. I don't think this is one of them, but I can give it a shot. Alright, cool. I'm gonna get some help right here, so this should be alright with Gaz. Gaz is really good at taking down bosses by himself, just because he can talent up, get all those turrets around him, and just do a mass amount of damage, and like almost acquire no type of aggro when they're placed correctly. So yeah, we're gonna get that. Yeah, we're gonna get that. Alright, this is GG. Because they're gonna go, they have to fight over this, because if not, we get the curse on them. But if they go for it, they're not gonna be able to clear the boss, because he's gonna push. So this should be GG for us. We should win this, I believe. I'm gonna see if I can grab this camp right here so we can make this push that much stronger. Oh. Nah, I was just blind. There's 3 up here, so yeah, they gotta clear this. So we're gonna get the curse right now. So it's really not gonna matter too much. Yeah, they can get that. That's a consolation prize. That's fine. You can have that. I'll just take care of that right now. Yeah, I just clear that up. This is GG. They cleared the boss, that's fine, but they have no defense right now. Outside of the main fort, nothing actually takes damage, or nothing does damage on their end. They just lost their healer. Now we're gonna get this KT right here. Yep, let's go. This is GG, it's a wrap. Alright, cool, 5 in a row. 5 in a row. GG.
MVP.
Can see that. Cool. Give you the MVP. Alright, cool. 5 in a row. 5 in a row. So what was I saying? Oh, so we're talking about Orb until I got into the game. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of us, and I know there's always like a ladder or a discrepancy, not necessarily a discrepancy, but you know, if you have certain talents, you're gonna get paid more than certain people. That's just how it goes, and I get that. You know what I mean? And it's not that X person is smarter or better than Y person. They just have a different set of skills, and those skills are valued differently, and I get that. But even at that level, you know what I'm saying? If you're a worker, if you're a worker, a teamster, however it goes, like you're not costing the company that much, right? These companies, these financial institutions, because a lot of them are worth more than some, you know, some countries in the world. They're willing to pay one person. It doesn't matter if it's with stocks or promises or deeds or property, whatever, but they're willing to pay one person that literally brings. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong because again, this is from the outside looking in, and from the downstairs looking up. But like you're willing to pay CEOs 7 figures. It doesn't even matter where the 7 figures starts. But then what exactly do they do? A lot of them don't code. A lot of them don't interact with customers. They don't validate the product. They don't test the product. They don't really put anything into the product. And a lot of times they make decisions to save more money, but scraping it from the bottom. I've never really been shy about what I've made in this industry. You know, I guess the most prominent paycheck or the most prominent pay rate I ever got was $40 an hour, and that was on a contract. But it was $40 an hour. That's the highest I ever achieved. You know, me myself, again, everybody's gonna have their own opinion of themselves, but me myself, you know, I think I'm easily, you know, I guess for everything, worth around six, you know, high fives to the low sixes. You know, like I'm gonna put it out there, 85K to about 120. You know what I'm saying? If you want to pay me more, that's fine. And even at 120, I still think for the experience and the stuff that I've, you know, myself have produced in terms of results, I think you gain a bargain, right? So, but I don't get paid that. At my last position, I got paid, you know, before taxes, I got paid roughly 68K. After taxes, after the state takes me for some, after the feds take me for some, after, you know, Social Security and all these other things come, I don't know how, but that number is closer to like 50K. You know, like getting your pay stub, like your W-2s, and seeing, yeah, your gross pay was 68, and what you took home was 50. It's like, word. 18 G's of my money went to a place where I'm not even gonna be able to like use it, and for what? You know, but let's just say, you know, you got people who are on the average, to say 80K, 80 whatever. You have to fire 10, and this is if the CEO is making $1 million. You have to fire 10, 12, maybe 15 people at 80K to make up one person that you're paying, you know, upwards of $1 million to. And all my time in this industry, I've never seen anybody who's worth that much, that has to be, you know, that who's in charge of a company, contribute more than a handful of people. Like, I just haven't. You know, I've never seen a CEO really contribute anything great. Not in a technical aspect, not in a feedback aspect, not really in a, you know, a scheduling aspect. They just look at numbers. We're all just numbers. So they start looking at the bottom. Part of the reason why they start looking at the bottom is because a lot of them have a propensity to hire their friends, and then they pay their friends, you know, upwards of high 6 to 7 figures. So now you got one person who got the position getting paid 7 figures, who hired his friend who supposedly is very needed and wanted and a bargain, who, again, it's not everybody, it's not every situation, just a lot of situations I've been in. So now you got two people who will say a base minimum are costing you $2 million. And you still got people like me who are like, hey, you know what I'm saying, can we get a raise? Can you provide us with a little bit more, just something so we can get along with our day type situation, you know what I mean? Nah, we don't have the money, we can't afford it. The excuses that we get. But yeah, you just hired a cat that you're paying another high 6 to low 7 figs. So now at this point, if something goes wrong with the company or is going wrong with the company, you need to save money. Again, you scrape from the bottom. But you don't take away from the top. You don't save money by getting rid of that friend. I'm sorry, but if that friend is not cutting it, why are you paying him 7 figs, and why is he costing at this point another 12, 15 people their job? That don't make no sense. So now you got two people who don't contribute to a product, telling people below them that there's no money for raises, there's no money for a lot of this stuff. Man, that was not good. But we're seeing, you know, the process. So you fire from the bottom. So now you need to fire 20 people. Now you need to fire 25 people to make up from the top. Alright, cool. If it's a small enough company, it doesn't seem like it hurts that much. But if you think about it, if you got a small company and if you're getting rid of 20 people that are making the product, like like that level is like the thing that I don't understand. If you fire your homie, who, if he's not contributing much, if he hasn't built up the team, if he hasn't delivered on making the workplace better, if he hasn't helped the people that are already there make a better product, then why do you keep him around? If they're not actively trying to work on a product, either from a technical standpoint, design, whatever the case may be, why are you keeping them around? You can save between 10 and 15 jobs if you just got rid of that one job, that one person. But that's not where they look. And the bigger the company gets, the more you see something like that. You know what I'm saying? Now when you go to Microsoft, and again, I don't know. I really don't know. And I don't want to just call out Microsoft because it's literally every big company. Like, it's literally every big company that does this. You know, you have a very bloated top segment of people who are making a lot of money. And it's never them that get let go. Like, it's never the top where the money is saved. It's always at the bottom. And that's the part I don't understand. I'm seeing all these people, hundreds, thousands, and in some cases small groups, small companies. You get a majority of people being let go. But there's, the bloat on top is allowed to stay. The executives who made the bad decisions
Soon you will have another scene
of trying to follow the trends and trying to give their input without knowing what the limitations currently are, whether it's small staff, not supported, we just didn't make a game that way, whatever the case may be. They never get let go. But yet people like us We're the first ones out of a job. We're the first ones that are on that verge of being homeless. We're the first ones to start going
Collect the
hungry.
seed and don't fret about
And
the
I
shadows.
just don't understand that. The dude on the top is, you know, who got the privilege of being able to collect a fat paycheck. He's gonna be all right. You know, especially they've been there for a while. Now, if you ain't all right after being fired from $1 million job plus, like, what exactly was you doing with your money? And that's March right there. Look at that. Ooh, I'm gonna go get this guy now. Can't escape from the march. Anyways, I guess that's enough of a downer on that. It's just, it's stuff that at this point, you know, like I'm trying to wrap my head about, because I don't know, it hurts. You know, it hurts seeing this industry that I love with people who have a passion for it just kind of, in a sense, be taken for granted. You know what I'm saying? Now being told that our jobs can be replaced by AI, and you know, like, and they're trying to replace us with AI. AI is this generation's calculator. You know, like, you think it's gonna be this marvelous invention, and you know, for the most part it is, but it's not. It's not meant to replace thought. It's not meant to replace. I don't have an egg out. Oh damn, I forgot. It's not meant to replace people like me and artists. Like, yeah, can AI do art? Yeah. But can AI fine-tune the shading? Can AI fine-tune the angles? Can AI be critical of itself and say, yeah, oh,
Quickly.
and say, yeah, job's done. But, oh, let's go. We're gonna get this. Nice. And I guess that's the other part that kind of bugs me too, is that we're being told that we're replaceable, that AI is the wave of the future. It's like, but you know who's saying that? People who don't know what they're doing, who are amazed by AI. I think AI is a wonderful tool. It's a reference point. You know, and like for someone like me, and I know there are people who are older than me, but I'm in old age. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to my 43rd year of life. You know, I was around to see some of the ushering of, you know, some of these, you know, the internet as it is now, and just the evolution of stuff. Social media wasn't a thing, you know. AI is a great tool. It's a great tool. I think if you want to learn how to code, if you want to learn how to draw, pretty much if you want to learn how to do anything, I believe AI is a marvelous tool. Like, I do believe that. I believe it's a wonderful resource to be used to make the people who are already working on the product just that little bit better. Because AI might show them something that they themselves didn't think about. And I guess, like, I'm not an artist, you know. I'm more of a doodler. I've always liked to draw. I've always liked to. That's where I messed off the grab. I didn't put my egg down. So I'm much of a doodler. So if I go AI and say, hey, you know, AI, can you show me how to draw a sea otter? Maybe it shows me a video, or maybe it just gives me a complete sea otter, but it might be deformed. You know, it's just trying to take all the references that it has to sea otter and make what it thinks it's asking. And now whatever process that it does, oh, hey, we might lose this one though. Damn, I picked the wrong alt. I did pick the wrong alt for this one. I should have picked Octo. I thought I was gonna be able to push a little bit better. You know, but if AI were to show me a picture of a sea otter, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's not what I was looking for. But now I have a reference point. You know, there might be something to the heads or the ears or the mouth, or just aspects. Cause I don't know how to draw a sea otter. That's why I'm asking these questions. You know, like I don't know how to draw a sea otter. Damn, we got smashed though. I think we might lose this one. I know, but you know what? We might have a chance at the curse. Oh.
The terrors are nothing but compost and
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So, you know, like AI might be able to show me something that I just wasn't expecting, you know, like I just, maybe I wasn't, wasn't expecting the eyes to look a certain way. And it's like, oh, cool, I can add that to my eyes. And I think that's how AI helps. By just being that voice that doesn't necessarily know literally what you want. So it's doing its best to help you. And a lot of the times it does, you know, like I myself try to use AI to learn how to code, how to program. And I come to realize that AI is not the problem when it comes to my coding. It's just something about it that just doesn't, like, I don't know, it doesn't click with me. You know, like I don't feel a sense of accomplishment when I learn something coding. Like I do feel like, oh, this was cool that I got to do this, whether it be like Python, you know, just saying something silly or doing something silly, like, you know, like,
I feel a seed germinating.
you know, hello world in Python or whatever the case may be, you know, like stuff like that. Yeah, you know, like I can do that and just make, you know, like a Python script, you know, read a certain way. It amuses me and I feel good about being able to do something like that, even how, you know, as simplistic as it is. But I just, those little accomplishments don't make me want to try to accomplish more.
Precious seed.
You know, like it doesn't egg me to try to make me want to be better at it. And I'm not sure why that is. Like, you know, I have nothing but the greatest respect for people who can do that. Like, and my tenure in this industry, you know, there's been some people who are wizards with the keyboard, and I mean wizards with the keyboard, like, and I have nothing but the utmost respect in their skills. I'm not trying to diminish them. It's just something that for me it just never clicked. And you know, for me that isn't the problem. But if I go back and try to become a better artist, a better doodler, not really an artist, again, I'm not an artist, but if I just try to become a better doodler, you know, I feel like AI can help me, just show me different aspects, maybe point me to different resources, point me to different techniques, something that I can adapt for myself. And yeah, but that's not what AI is being used for. AI is being used for the replacement of us, the people. But who's training the AI? Who's training the people? You know, who's training the machine that's supposed to replace us? A lot of times it's somebody who doesn't know what the people they want to replace actually do. So you train the machine on aspects of the job as the person who's training the machine understands them.
A seed has sprouted.
Oftentimes they're not correct.
Fight over it, hmm?
Oftentimes they're not correct, and I think that's where you see it. Like, I don't know how many people have messed with like the AI prompts from Amazon or other service, because they don't even have CS anymore. You know, like literally every aspect of, oh man, we're gonna get pushed. I gotta go back. Sorry, I'm coming. Damn, that was a bad. Yeah, that was terrible on my part. We're gonna lose this one. That was terrible. That was horrible. Alright, well, I'm gonna get off the AI talk. It's kind of boring. You know, the kids find, you know, what is the guy talking about?
MVP.
Alright, so that's my first loss. 5-1. 5-1. Um,
Epic.
oh wow, I got on there.
Epic.
So what is it that I want to do next? Honestly, I don't know. Like, you know, like I mentioned in the last stream, I would like to stay in video games, but the industry as it is now, as I just, you know, spend this whole match ranting about or talking about, it's different, you know what I'm saying? There's no, outside of the monetary value that the company is willing to give you to come to work for them, there's no value to what you bring to the table, to what you accomplish. So it's a thing like you're essentially working knowing that at some point, especially now, at some point you're going to be replaced. You're going to be let go. That's just the unfortunate truth of how the industry is right now. Like there's no loyalty. You know, like back when I was growing up, you know, like my parents would always tell me, you know, go work at a warehouse, go work at well, first they wanted me to be a doctor, a lawyer, policeman, you know, stuff like that. It was not for me. But you know, they would tell me, you know, go work at a warehouse, go work at a Costco. You know, Costco's had a good reputation taking care of the people for like the longest times. You know, go work at a Costco, go work at a supermarket, because back then we had a bunch of supermarkets that weren't like singular entities. Like we actually had competition. And part of the competition was what they paid their workers. And a lot of the times, if you got in with a really good company back then, what I can do this one. If you got in with a really good company, darn it, I picked the wrong talent. If you got in with a really good company back then, you know, you can make a career out of it. You know, you can get hired and be a bag boy, be a cart pusher, be whatever, you know, like start off in the butcher, start off in the bakery department if you had a bakery. You put in some time. It might be a slow process. Like you might have to put in, you know, a few years before you move up and become an assistant manager. You know, put in years before you even become something other than a junior. But once you started moving up, the process became a little bit easier. Like once you got promoted once, I was like, okay, cool. You know, see you next year. See you whenever. You know, see you next year. See you in 2 years. It's like, oh yeah, you still work here? Cool. You know, you're doing great work. We're gonna move you to assistant whatever. You know, assistant to the manager in this department. Cool, no problem. You know, we'll give you $1.50 more. And back then, $1.50, man. Don't sleep on $1.50. $1.50 buy you a couple drinks, you know, like at McDonald's, not McDonald's, you know, buy a couple hamburgers at McDonald's, along with a few drinks. Damn, man, I'm gonna die a lot. I picked the wrong battalion. I should have picked the reveal egg.
Retreat, you fools!
But now that doesn't exist anymore, you know, and that's like, it's hard. And for this generation, I think it's just that much harder. That's why, like, youngins, any youngin, I'm 43, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn. I'm 43. Back in my day, when my parents were telling me to get a good job, you know, it doesn't matter what it was again, you know, warehouse, a Costco, whatever. You can still go to Costco. I will say that hasn't changed. Much like the $1.50 hot dog. You know, much like the $1.50 hot dog, that legit has not changed. Like, you know, they have a very high, you know, and it's hard work at a Costco, but again, if you put in the hard work, they will take care of you. But, you know, back when I was growing up, there was just work. You went to a warehouse, you went here, you went there, and you just try to put in the time. this industry is different. 20 years has shown me that. You know, like I said, the biggest
We must fall back.
the biggest paycheck or the biggest, I guess, pay rate that I had was 40, and that was after putting in no, at that point I was probably in like 12 years into the game, 19 to 20. I just spent 18, about 13, 14 years. But in the road to getting that, I got paid X amount. I needed to get that XP. That's the only reason why I was trying to get those bubbles. This Nova is actually pretty decent at keeping me away. Oh yeah, youngins, you ain't got that. You know what I'm saying? If you want to try to just work, and I mean just work, like say you in that mode that I was, when I was in high school, where I just didn't want to, where I just really didn't want to, finish school. I had options. I can go to agencies. I can go to a warehouse. I can go to a few markets. I can do retail, because back then we had a lot more retail stores. All those abandoned buildings that you guys know as malls. Yeah, back then they used to be popping for us. Back then they used to be popping for us. Like they were popping. We'd go in. You can go in and just get a job at at a Dairy Queen or at a what's his face, at a Suncoast, at a Sam's Goodies, Tower Records. Like, these were options. Much like the mall, those opportunities have ceased to exist. All these jobs are temporary, and these companies know that. You can spend 2-3 years there, and I learned this in retail. You can spend 2-3 years there, and after those 2-3 years, you might be making 67 cents more than you were when you started. That's not much to hang your career on. So get your high school diploma. If you don't want to go to college, believe me, I know. I myself, I'm very grateful that my son always had that type of drive to always want to be really good at school, like I'm happy that he was that person, that I didn't really have to push him to be good at school. He just wanted to be good at school, and for that I'm super grateful, because that means I didn't have to like worry about him doing his homework and stuff. Like, not saying that wifey didn't help him with it, because wifey, she's amazing. She did help him with the homework, and she was there. Hey, did you do this? And there were times where we had to help him with the projects and stuff like that. But as a whole, my kid always wanted to succeed in school. Always wanted to succeed in school. And now he's in his 3rd year of university. And I'm grateful for that. And the reason why he's there, and the reason why I'm trying to support that, is because he's going to need that paper. He's going to need that paper to even have a chance. Like, sometimes you need that paper, a college paper, to just get a regular retail job, to get a regular fast food job. All these companies, all these, I guess, forms of work that used to be for people like me, all those people who used to, all those people who, all those jobs that used to be there for people like me, where we would just go and work and do these things. Oh, that cancels my. Damn. Even those are even those jobs are requiring diplomas, and that's not much that they're requiring diplomas. It's just that when you have people who can get a job with their diplomas and they have to resort, and it sounds bad that I say resort, but when I say, when they have to resort to getting these jobs that are well below what they expected, considering that they were going to school for art, for engineering, for architect, or whatever the case may be, when you can't get those jobs, you start looking anywhere you can to get that paycheck. So you start applying at Sonic, you start applying at McDonald's, you start applying at all these places. And people like me at this point, we gotta compete with that. I have to compete now as an unemployed person. The reality is I have to compete with people just coming out of school because that piece of paper is more valuable than my experience. And it's more important to companies as a whole because one, when it comes to me, I have the experience. But that experience comes with a little bit of an attitude, comes with a little bit of jadedness, comes with a little bit of harumph, we'll call it, And I don't mean to be that way, but at the same time, I respect everybody's education. You're not gonna tell me how to do my job. Darn it. Like, you're not gonna tell me how to do my job when I have 20 years of experience, and as a whole, you might have 10, and you have no experience doing my job. It's just a very difficult time, you know what I'm saying? So they don't look at people like me, because one, I never got the diploma, so I'm already not in that upper echelon of people that they're looking for. I'm old now. So now it's like even something else against me. And they'll say, nah, it's not true. That's illegal. And they don't gotta tell you they're not hiring you because you're old. Doesn't mean they didn't hire you because you're old. They just, again, don't want to deal with your experience, your attitude, your jadedness, and they want eager people, and people just, damn it. People just,
Retreat, you fools!
not necessarily that are desperate, but just people who are looking. You know what I'm saying? Student debts is piling up. I don't know what the relationship with the family might be. It could be a situation where you just don't have that support system. I need to keep a roof over your head. You got roommates, and they're requiring you to pay, your share of the rent, your share of the utilities, and you're not trying to live like that either. You're not trying to live in this whole. You're not trying to live in an uncomfortable situation for yourself. So you go out there, and now I have to compete in every aspect of every job that we can possibly get, because artists are not just applying for artist jobs. Sometimes these artists are applying for jobs at the Costco, at the McDonald's, at the Sonic, just hoping to buy their time so that they can go in and put that paper to good use. But when their time comes, that time comes. If say there's people down there. So say it's me working at fast food, whatever the case may be. Say I happen to get a job. Cool, I got a job. I'm grateful, right? I don't plan on being at this fast food job forever. I don't plan on becoming manager, moving up this corporate ladder, none of that stuff. I'm not really trying to do that. So my thing is to move out, or move out of the company as soon as I can, or move out of that position as soon as I can. And let's just say Johnny B. Good is he's fresh out of college, computer science degree, which I don't have, with a minor in production or a minor in whatever the case. if I try to help Johnny out, which I would, you know what I'm saying? I'm not in a position to hold anybody down, you know, like if I knew Johnny was looking for a job and it was the same jobs I was, you know, I was looking at, me and Johnny are going to compete for that job, and I'll let him know, hey, you know what I'm saying? And you say you want to get into it, they looking, I applied myself, but right there on the spot, you know, like, Johnny already has the head up on me. I have 20 years experience, but Johnny is new. Johnny hasn't been exposed to some of the stuff that goes on. You know, Johnny's going to be very, very deep. For me, it would be an opportunity, like this job that me and Johnny are talking about. You know, like for where we're at, you know, it would be an opportunity. Would I be looking to become the next QA manager, the QA lead, or the QA thing at the next job right off the bat? Most likely not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just really focused on doing my job. I'm really just focused on trying to do the best that I can, because I know essentially where this is going to lead. You know, like, I know where it's going to go. Like, I know that no matter how hard I work, if they want to, you know, if they want to give me a raise, they'll give me a raise. If they don't want to give me a raise, they won't give me a raise. There's a lot, again, jadedness that I've been exposed to that makes me not be as eager about really going through these things over and over because I've really been through them. So, but Johnny's gonna be like, yeah, you know, I want to do my best, and Johnny's gonna get hired at an entry-level position and try to prove himself that he can handle a managerial position, a lead position, that he can handle this, and like Johnny is going to work his butt off to showcase what he's able to do. So now, you know, like, really, like, even me, even saying this and understanding that this is kind of like kind of like a self-inflicted wound on myself. Like, I would hire Johnny over somebody like me, you know what I mean? I wouldn't treat Johnny or anybody else if I had the money to hire Johnny or anybody else. Like, I wouldn't treat Johnny the way that I've been treated in this industry. Like, it's not gonna happen. Like, there's just not gonna be a thing that I do. Like, I'm not going to talk mess about Johnny. I'm not gonna make Johnny, you know, work through. Damn, why did they go for the boss? I'm over here talking, they're getting mad because I never leave top. Rightfully so. I'm not really playing this match right because I'm over here speaking. But they shouldn't be taking bad engages though. You know, I would try to be respectful of Johnny, and you know, and again, as a boss, I know how that sounds because I would hire Johnny instead of somebody like me, because I know what's gonna be in the end of somebody like me. It's gonna be like, oh, you think you know everything, and you know, yeah, I guess, you know, like, damn, that was a back click. But you know, Johnny would have the heads up on me. Johnny would have the heads up on me. Johnny would darn it, I keep messing this up. Yeah, I don't even know where I want to go with this, but you know, youngins, just get your education. Know that, you know, your future is very hard. You know, like, I know there's like all this talk about, I mean, y'all are different. You know, I'm not going to front. Y'all are different. Y'all grew up differently. And part of that is, you know, my generation of parents, we raised you differently. You know, back in my day, we would go out in the streets and be out there until the street light came on. You know what I'm saying? Our parents didn't know half the dumb stuff that we did, and we did some pretty ridiculous stuff. Whether it was going on, you know, down a steep hill on a bicycle, dumpster diving. What's his face? going into areas that say stay out. And areas that say stay out, and we'd be okay. But when we had kids, we didn't allow them that. We didn't allow them, I guess, that freedom to they what's it called? We didn't allow them the freedom to go down to their friend's house and do all that stuff, and so it's different. Y'all just grew up different, and the world knows that. The world that's hiring you knows that you guys are kind of like risk adverse and they know that you're risk adverse and you don't really like hostility. You don't like to be confrontational. You don't like to be in any bad situation. So they look towards you, and it's sad because I feel like not necessarily the boomer generation, the generation before us ruined it. It's just we all had our part in creating an atmosphere where it was hard for the new generation to succeed. We made it so much about money. We made it so much about trends. We made it so much that if something doesn't make a bajillion dollars right off the bat, it's considered a failure. Like, I remember when a company would just make a few million, and it was like, oh, this company is super impressive. This company, has sustainability. This company can take care of their employees forever. If you go and work here, you will be in a situation where, damn it, I'm gonna die. Yeah, this wasn't a good match for me. That doesn't exist anymore, and it makes it harder when you don't have the degrees, when you don't have that piece of paper, when you don't have that education. But if you don't want to go to college, and I think before I rented all this is what I was saying, if you don't want to go to college, that's understood. Get a trade. There are things now that are old school that don't get talked about. And some of these things are quite fun. I was able to do some of them, like welders, like you learning how to weld. There are docks with boats. There are docks in California, Seattle, Boston. I want to say Boston, maybe further up, and some in Miami. And like there's boats. Boats have steel bottoms. They corrode due to the seawater. And sometimes, like the way those things get repaired is that you got to go in and weld, like a panel on there, or take off some of the rust and weld on some new metal on there, repair little holes, and it pays really, really well. Welding is super fun. Now, like if I was younger and like all this stuff had happened, maybe I'd go back and try to get a welding certification. But again, it costs money. I don't have that money. Time I do have, but it's like time and money I don't have. But get a trade. Learn how to weld. Learn how to drive a forklift. Those are still very important, and it's a dying industry. What else is out there that are actual like trades? I'm trying to think. And being a janitor, like honestly, like if you can like get a trade where you're like a certified janitor, I know those exist. Everybody needs their building clean. It's not the most glamorous job, but if you want one of the most stable jobs possible, a janitor, because you essentially don't even work for the company per se, unless the company owns the entire building. You per se don't work for the company. Sometimes the janitorial service is usually hired by the management company of the building. So if you work at a bank, you know, the bank's not going to hire you, but the building still needs to be clean in and out. The leasing company, or you know, whoever owns that building, is going to hire the janitors. So if the bank ends up firing, you know, 80% of its staff, you're in the clear. You still have a job. Nursing, anything in the medical field, I'm gonna be straight up honest. Like, I have family members who are in the medical industry. It's a super rough gig. You know, it's a super rough gig. You have to deal with a lot. You have to deal with a lot, and it's more of an emotional tax. Like, yes, you have to work. You gotta put in paperwork. You gotta do your reports. You gotta file stuff correctly. You know, there's a lot of clerical work when it comes to that. Oh, what's going on? Hey, oh my bad. What's up, Cass? Oh, child, nah, Sage. Oh, yeah, man. Be a mechanic, bro. It's funny. My dad's a mechanic. A trade right there. Be a mechanic. Be a mechanic. Be legit. Everybody in this country drives, right? Be a mechanic. There have been some shady, I don't want to call them out, because I'm not going to call them out, but there have been some shady lube and tube, and it's not in that way. It's for your car. Lube and tube is what they call it when you get an oil change. But there's a lot of shady lube and tube places, franchises, that you would think, how do they exist? They exist because people are always going there to get their oil changes, to get their tune-ups, to get their tires rotated. If something busts, usually those places are the first places that people go and see, hey, I'm hearing a little in my car, you know, can you guys help me? And they'll charge you $50-$60 to just look at your car and let you know, like, oh yeah, you know, that sound that you're hearing is from like a boot in your front axle, or it's, you know, like your drive shaft is grinding up. You know, and we don't do that here, but you know, if you take it to another shop, just let them know that we checked it out and we determined. But they still charge you $60, and it's those little, you know, that little bit of money that they charge, that constant flow of customers that keeps you up. If you have a support system, if you have some sort of financial backing that works for you and you can make that work, being a mechanic, and much to Sage out in the comments, yeah, like being a mechanic is a wonderful trade. My dad's been a mechanic for my whole life. I think my dad got into mechanics when I was like 3 years old. Like, he's always been like a tinkerer per se. Like, he always knew how to fix stuff. Started with motorcycles, and he just kind of evolved from there. Like, he just learned how to fix more things. Man, now I've seen my dad work on just about every type of car. The only car I never seen my dad work on was like a super high end car. I've never seen him like fix a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, and that's more due to the fact that like those particular dealerships and stuff, they what's his face? They specialize their parts. You know, like, you have to get the parts from Ferrari. You have to get these parts from Lamborghini. You have to get these parts from, you know, wherever it is that, you know, whoever makes your car. So as a mechanic, he can't just put it in order with Ferrari, because like, what up? Whose Ferrari are you fixing? You know, like, they ask questions, so you can't do that. But people got Toyotas. More people got Hondas and Toyotas, Nissans and Jeeps than got Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, and all that stuff. So if you want to like work on it, hey, that's a wonderful like aspiration to have. If you really want to be like a Lamborghini, Ferrari, or whatever, like, you won't get paid some bills, you know. But understand that sometimes working for a big entity like that might produce a little bit of headaches. But if you want to go into it and start working on the Hondas, the Civics, man, that's a wonderful trade. You know, start doing it. do it around the neighborhood. Start pointing out, like, hey, need an oil change, need your tires rotated, come here. And a lot of that stuff can be done in the garage. Just do it right. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna do oil changes, make sure that you got a good way to dispose of the oil. Make sure you got a good way of of keeping your situation clean. Don't be throwing oil down the storm drains to go out into the ocean and pollute our environment and stuff like that. Like, don't do that. But it's easy enough to kind of do it. Like, I myself did a couple oil changes and started doing. I worked with my dad for a bit. It was cool. But again, it wasn't an aspect of life that I wanted to. But yeah, can I change the car? Can I change the oil on the car? Definitely can. I can change my own spark plugs. I can. I can use my own spark plugs. I can rotate my own tires. I can do minor things like that. And man, I agree with Sage, man. That mechanic is a wonderful career to get into. I will never discourage anybody from getting into being a mechanic, man. That's so dope, to be honest. Like, that to me is like the funnest thing. Like, that to me is something that I could have seen myself getting into back when I was younger. But now that now that I'm at the age that I'm at, it's the same type of thing. It's competition. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, if I want to battle with somebody, I gotta battle with the ASC certified peoples. I gotta battle with people who have more experience in their 20s than I do in my 40s. Like revolving around, being a mechanic. Like, it's just a competition thing. But like, again, hindsight. Had I known that 20 years of my career would have led to where I am now, I don't know. Maybe I do become a mechanic full time. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Take a different approach. But life is life. If I didn't do what I did in life, I wouldn't have the life that I had. And outside of the lack of financial stability I've had throughout my whole life, and some of it my fault. I ain't going front and say, oh, everywhere's treating me bad. No, I've done some stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Got an attitude with the wrong people, or just in the wrong time in my life, or not right. Like, yeah, I'm not a perfect person. Like, I'm far from it. But now at this point in my career, nah. But yeah, if you young, being a mechanic, super, super sick. Yeah, Nexon, for real. Bro, man, that was the best. Man, like, alright, so I did tell everybody here that I worked at Nexon. Nexon OC back in the days. And, and that job, outside of really just one person, and how kind of cheap they were when it came to paying us, man, like, that place was actually pretty legit for us, man. Me and the homie took a setup to work. It was a PS4 setup, and darn it was a PS4 setup, and we would just have like battles. Like, we would play Tekken, we played Street Fighter, we played Dragon Ball Fighters. I think we played Mortal Kombat. Which Mortal Kombat? 11, 10. I can't remember specifically which one we played. I can't remember specifically, but we would play everything, man. We had sticks and everything for reals, man. Those were moments for reals, man. For reals, like, oh man, yeah, I have a lot of good memories. I'm not gonna front. Like, as much as I didn't like, and again, not that I didn't like the companies I worked for, it was just the way that they were allowed to run. Made it hard to be there long term. Like, it just did for me. Like, I just, it's hard, because you want to give your everything to a company. You always want to be like a good soldier. You always want to be like that person who you can rely on. As a whole, I think a lot of people generally go in their jobs wanting to be that person that's dependable, that's reliable, that to prove that, yeah, you know, we are this good, and you know, I do want to do this, and I do mean what, you know, what I say. You know, when I said I'll work hard and I'll do all this stuff, like, yeah, that's always the, I think that's always everybody's aspiration. When these companies don't support that motivation that you have, like, you just feel like, what am I doing here? And that's where some of the jadedness comes from. You know, because I never went into any spot, like, up until recently, I never went into any spot not wanting to get promoted, not wanting to put in time, not wanting it to be the only place that I work at for X amount of years. You know, if I could have had one job, whether it be retail or really anything that would help me pay my bills, help me take care of my family, where I can build up a retirement fund, have a 401k that I've been saving up, investing over the last 20 years. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That would be dope. And I went into every job. It didn't matter if it was retail or side project. I always went into every job going, yeah, I'm gonna show these people that I can do my job, that I'm really, really good. I'm gonna get promoted. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna show them. And then when you do that, and then when it's not supported, it sucks. Like, it leaves you feeling just like terrible. You know, like, it just leaves you feeling, I don't know, useless, like not under, like non-appreciated, not even like unappreciated, like underappreciated, like unappreciated, like straight up. And you experience enough of that, and you just kind of get tired of it. You grow jaded, you know, like you grow jaded. Like, that's just the truth of it. And at this point, I am somewhat jaded, because I've gone to all the places, taking pay cuts to prove, like, yeah, you know, I still got this. I'll show you guys. You know, I'll show you guys that, you know, I was worth the money I was asking for at the interview, and I'll make that money up. Anytime I've ever taken a pay cut, I've never made that money up. Like, I just never have. You know, never have. For me, the example would be, you know, when I went to Blizzard. When I went to Blizzard, I had just come out of my gig at Panasonic. And Panasonic at that time had paid me the most. I was coming out of gigs that were paying me $12, $13. I never reached beyond $13 doing video game QA before Panasonic. So when I got fired from, when I got let go from Treyarch after Black Ops 1, like, at that moment, I thought I was kind of done with the video game industry. And it was like the first out of 3 times I thought I was done with the video game industry. You know, I got hit up, I got an interview, I worked at Panasonic for a bit, and what I did at Panasonic is I was watching compiled video files to spot check them for audio clarity, you know, picture quality, closed captionings. I've watched some terrible movies over and over again in different languages, because that's what Panasonic required me to do. But they were paying me $18.75 an hour. You know what I mean? Like, at that time, man. And I remember one time we had this project. I can't remember what the project was, and we were working OT. And I think I worked something like 70 hours, right? And I got my check. And I think at this time, I think the check after 70 hours at $18.75 was something like $1,200 or $1,300 after taxes. That opened up my eyes, because up until that point, the biggest like single week check that I ever pulled was a little under $1,000. I had worked 100 hours at Treyarch, and my check after taxes ended up being like $1 something less than ended up being about $1 something less than $1,000 after 100 hours of work. It ended up being a little under $1,000, and that was a 100-hour week. And then noticing that I put 30 hours less, I was like, wow, like word, like that's, you know, that's the difference. Like that was the big difference. So, you know, I was making, again, on the contract, I was making what I was making. And then after Panasonic, I ended up working at Superbot. I had talked to Superbot, told me I had this much experience. They contacted me, they gave me the job, they made me a senior QA analyst, and they had paid me $15 an hour. So right there was the, you know, was the difference. Actually, it was $15.50 an hour. Right there was the, you know, where I gave up the money for stability, because it wasn't a contract gig. It was planned to be like this big project. You know, it was Sony backed. It was a game that had all the licensing of Capcom. The game that I worked at Superball was PlayStation All-Star Battle Royale. Y'all can look it up. It was kind of like Sony's wannabe version of Smash, and it had potential. I'm not gonna lie, you know, it had potential. I really did like the game in its first iteration. Like I really did like the game. Oh, okay. I really did like the game, but like after our beta, after they made some changes to the game. They just made it completely different. They didn't make it, you know, didn't let it play the same as it did before. So once that happened, I kind of saw the writing on the wall. There was discussions. There was just certain things that I heard, and one of the biggest things that I heard was, I don't want to call him like name drop here, but there was a certain high profile, I guess, special advisor Sony had hired at the time, because he had just been let go from his previous position. And he had been in charge. He had not been in charge, but he had consulted and been a part of many high profile fighting games. You know, so they consulted him. He came by to the studio, checked out the game, and he, you know, stepped out. And I wasn't trying to follow him. I wasn't trying to do any of that. I just happened to step out as he's talking to some other execs of the company. And I remember him going, "What the hell is this game? It looks like it was designed in the 80s." And he says as I'm walking out, and, you know, like, I really couldn't, I looked at him and he kind of had like this flabbergasted look, like, oh snaps, like, you know, I just said something bad. I honestly, I didn't care, because I agreed with him. I didn't think the design of the game was all that great. You know, again, it had potential. It was just, I'm not sure where it went wrong per se, but it just went wrong. Anyways, I got hired there at 15. Gave up money for stability. I never made that money back. I was there for roughly 7 months. Got paid $15.50, but then you know, like after we came and discussed and talked to other people, you know, me and the other homie found out that we were getting paid $5 less than everybody else around us. It was like, word, like, damn. How are we getting paid like this much less? You know, like, it didn't make no sense that we were getting paid so much less than everybody else. And I never made that money back. By the time they fired me, you know, I never made that money back. I didn't get promoted. I'm not saying I have any wonderful experiences. I was the first company that sent me to EVO. I've only been to one EVO in my life. And the EVO that I'm talking about is this big old fighting game tournament they hold every summer in Las Vegas. Hey, shoot me a DM. I'll let you know who it was. What's his face? What was I saying? That made me laugh. I thought everybody knew about the beef. um, man, what was I saying? I lost track of what I was saying. What was I saying? Oh. See, I thought. I'm over here tripping on what I was saying. Like, no, like, yeah, hit me up. I'll let you know. Alright, so I never made that money back, right? So I got fired, and you know, like I'm gonna be honest with myself. You know, like I got fired because I literally saw no future there, and in my eyes, I saw the writing on the wall. I saw Sony investing a lot of money into this, and the reception like was kind of mixed. You know, like I will say the reception was mixed. But it was mostly like positively mixed. People liked all the licensed characters that we had, like Dante from DNC, Big Daddy from BioShock. We had Good Cole and Evil Cole. You know, Fat Princess. Like the roster was actually. We had Parappa on there. Like, man, tell me, you know, like, bro, like you what? You know, like you could, you know, you could fight with Parappa. Like it was. It was essentially like a love song to so many fans, you know, that the game was being made, and I think that so it was mostly hitting like all those nostalgia, feel good parts of it, but there was just something about the game's design that just threw people off. And you know, like at Evo, we explained this, like, hey, you know, this is what we're going for, and after we explained it, they kind of got it. And under the old like way that it was functioning, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like the game in that capacity made sense, but when they went to change what they actually changed, like it kind of destroyed the flow of what we had been working on, or what they had been working on for over 2 years, and what we had been fine tuning over the last 6 months that I was there. Oh damn. So you know, I seeing the writing on the wall. I just stopped showing up on time. You know, I would show up at 11:30, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. I wouldn't call in. I wouldn't let them know that I was being late. I was just being late. And you know, like even though people don't call you out, it is noticeable. That's another piece of advice I want to give young people. Look, man, if you get a job, or look, person. I don't want to say man. Look, person. Whatever job that you end up getting is a result of your current situation. Unfortunately, life is not fair. Unfortunately, life is fickle. Unfortunately, life is not equal for everybody. But if you get a job and you plan on being there for a long time, take care of your job. You know what I'm saying? Like, change that funky attitude of yours, especially if you have like a customer service aspect, you know, part of it, where you have to interface with customers, whether it's fast food, retail, customer service over the phone. Look, man, we didn't do nothing to you. You know, we didn't cause whatever situation is going on, so don't be angry, don't be mad at the people coming in. Now, if somebody steps to you the wrong way, I'm not saying turn the other cheek either, and I'll share a story about that soon. But in terms of how you approach your job, you know, like, take care of it, you know what I'm saying? Come in with a cool attitude, act like you always want to be there, even if you don't want to be there, act like you want to be there. Be friendly to people. You know, like just have a positive attitude. It just fixes your time there so much more. If you spend all your time moping, if you spend all your time being angry, if you spend all your time just wishing that you weren't there, it affects you. And that's where I found myself kind of at the tail end of Superbot being like, you know what I'm saying? But that never changed the way that I treated people. Like, that wasn't the thing. If we got along well, we got along cool, man, we got along cool. Oh, okay, cool. We got along cool. I never come at Nova with no type of disrespect, no, nothing like that. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't. that's not my gig. That's not what I do. Like, cool. So just take care of your job. Just have a positive attitude. Look for a way out. And part of the reason why I also tell y'all to keep a positive attitude is because when you look for that way out, when you look to move out, you carry that pressure with you. You carry all that anger with you. You carry all that you carry all that animosity towards you. So when you do get the opportunity to go to your next interview, it's not so easy to wash that off because you feel some way about it, right? And the last thing you want to do is go into your new employer or your new potential employer speaking ill of your previous employer, because your previous employer, your current potential or your interviewee doesn't really know all the details. They don't know your struggle. They don't know what you're going through. But if you come in, well, I'm looking for a way out because this company sucks, or I just hate this company, it's giving me a headache, I got all this. While all those are valid like feelings to have, especially especially if you've been treated bad, because coming from multiple situations like that, I understand it. But I never ever went into any interview with a super negative attitude, or even just a negative one. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not the interviewer's fault. It's really not anybody's fault that whatever my situation was at the time, whether it was, you know, being angry at my current workplace, whether it was, you know, not feeling the way I was being treated, that wasn't their fault. So I spared them the drama. I don't want to be known as the person that came in for an interview and just kind of spilled my guts about my last employer, because that also, you know, opens up of like, what are they going to say about us when we leave? And if somebody is, you know, rightful, if a company is right and the way they treat their people, they wouldn't have to worry about that. But at the same time, the person that you're interviewing with may not know the company that you're working for. They might not know the attitude that they're working for. So if you start representing all this stuff, it's like, well, what's really the problem? Is the problem the company that you currently work for, or is the problem, you know, the person that I'm interviewing? You know, don't make it seem like you're the problem. And when you go in angry, start trashing your former employer, just have an overall bad attitude when asked about your former employer, it doesn't help you out. So just have a positive attitude about that. And going back to Superbot, you know, so I started having a negative attitude towards Superbot. Like I did, I'm not gonna front, you know, I did. And it wasn't a malicious attitude or anything of that sort. It was just a bad attitude. Like, you know, I knew there was no future for me there, and at that point I had put in something like 20 years or so in, not 20 years. I had put in, Superbot was 20, what was Superbot? I don't remember. Superbot was, so I started Blizzard 2013, so 2012? 2012, 2006. So I was 7 years into the industry at Superbot. Yeah. You know, I had put in time, and I knew that we weren't going to move up. So I started having a bad attitude. I started, you know, again, not malicious, just not showing up to work. And people spotted me out. You know, they were, even though they didn't call me out, you know, they knew I wasn't there. So as soon as I showed up one day, I clocked, you know, I go into my IMs that we had going, and they, you know, they hit me up, hey Mo, can we talk to you, please? When people in certain departments don't talk to you, like ever, really, you know, outside of like a hello, goodbye type situation, you kind of know what they want to talk to you. So I already kind of knew what was coming when I got that message, to be honest. I had known that, you know, the time was coming. So when I closed my computer for the last time, I told her, like, hey, I'll catch you guys later. The homie was like, what do you mean catch you later? Like, yeah, man, I'll catch you later, bro. They're gonna fire me right now. I was like, what? Nah, for real? It's like, yeah, bro, I've been messing up. I haven't really been coming in. I really haven't been, you know, like, telling nobody. It's like, oh, what? So I go in, and they sit me down, and they're like, hey, Mo, we noticed that you've been coming in, you know, later and stuff like that. And, you know, I told them, like, hey, you know, yeah, it's just, you know, I appreciate everything the company did for me because, like I said, without them, I never experienced Evil. The first time I actually went on the first time I went on the trip, oh, we won, so now I'm 6-2. What's his face? We noticed that you haven't been clocking in. We noticed that you've been coming in late. What's his face? You know, just stuff of that sort. And I go, yeah, you know, it's just, you know, I brought up some concerns that I have with how things are run and other aspects of my employment here, and I'm just not feeling it, you know, like, it's really nothing against the people that I work with, and even as a company as a whole. It's just certain decisions being made where I have this feeling like this company is not going to last long. You know, in my opinion, I've seen this enough, I've read about this enough to know. Let me go into ARAM for a bit. Where I know that we won't be working here much longer. And they hit me up with like, oh, well, you know, we got the contracts and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. And I go, okay, cool. It's cool that you think that. And I feel bad for saying this, but in hindsight, I was correct about this. I told him, like, that's fine. But in the current situation that we're at right now, I can pretty much guarantee you that this company will be shut down by March. Because that's usually how the cycles of stuff works. Like, usually March, April, there's a big chunk of firing. Sometimes in the middle of summer, there's another big chunk of firings. If they're gonna, you know, if a company's going to restructure, that's usually when they fire, which includes this kind of part, right? You know, kind of like that late summer push, getting ready for the next quarter, like the holiday push quarter, you know what I'm saying, where a lot of the money comes in. And they're like, well, I think you're wrong. Well, I'm like, that's fine. You can think that. You know what I'm saying? But I guarantee you that this company will be closed by March. And, you know, I wasn't trying to say that to be malicious. I wasn't trying to say that to sound like a smart butt. I wasn't trying to say that to prove a point. It's just that I seen it, and there was no future for me there. So I just kind of stopped caring about giving my all to a place where I knew there was no future for me. So, you know, they fired me. They fired me. They were still cool about it. Like, I have nothing. I literally, the experience was what the experience was. But in terms as a whole, I have nothing but gratefulness and appreciation for the respect that Superbot showed me coming in and showed me kind of throughout. Even though they shorted me and the homie like $5 an hour on pay compared to everybody else. But outside of that, you know, it was cool. You know, they sent me to Vegas, they paid, I got to experience the Bellagio. I got to stay at the Bellagio, at Caesars. And I can't remember what other hotel we stayed at. You know, went to some fancy, you know, like family style Chinese food. Like, I just got to experience so much while working there, and I will always be appreciative of like them exposing me to that. But that's like that personal, you know, like worker side. Like the worker personal side of me appreciates everything, but the professional, I can't really think like that aspect of myself.
Visualization in progress. Prepare for combat.
Ready to start the
Like,
show?
can't think like that. You know, like, I have to be ready. I have to keep my eyes open to make sure that I don't find myself in a bad situation for myself. Like the current situation. So yeah, like I got fired in November. They still invited me to the launch party, and come January,
5, 4,
you know,
2, 1.
the story came out. I believe on Gama Sutra. I don't know if Gama Sutra still exists. It's Gama Sutra, like I believe it was GAMASUTRA.com. Gama Sutra, kids. All right, don't research some of the other stuff, because then you might get your parental checks. You might get your parental checks, triggered out and stuff. So just it was a video game website. Like that. That's what it was. It was a video game website that it had news articles and previews and stuff of that sort. So yeah, so Gama Sutra broke the news. I believe it was them that broke the news that Sony was not extending the contract with Superbot. They were not gonna keep them around, and without the contract, the company essentially folded. And that was kind of like that kind of bitter pill to swallow, because I like the people at Superbot, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really did. I never wished them any ill will. I never nothing, but they found themselves out of a job, even though it was sounding like they would have a job for at least another dev cycle, which on a sequel could either be, depending on how much you want to change it, for a sequel can be as little as a year up to 3 years. Usually, that's how the cycles used to run. You can have a sequel every 2 to 3 years, unless you're really pushing for it. Like say, like Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero had a sequel or a spin-off, every 6 months. So, like people were being told and led that we were gonna, be around for a bit. That they didn't have much to worry about. That we would be good, we would be safe. Not me, because I was fired. And then the fact that they all got let go, like, again, I didn't like being right. The fact that I was right is irrelevant. A lot of people ended up losing their jobs. And that's the part that sucks. That's the part that sucks, is that I seen that right in the wall. I told them. And then to see it happen, just like, man, that sucks. Like, I hate it like that. Oh, what's up? Mr. Givens, what's going on? Mr. Given Kitchens, man, what's up? Yeah, man, family is doing cool, man. Sorry, I'm not really keeping up with the chat. I should have, my bad. Yeah, nah, man, yeah, my family's doing great, man. Boy is 3 years into university. He's doing this thing, nah, we good, man. Yeah, so like, that was my time at Superbot, and I got fired from that spot. I guess let's talk about all the times I got fired, and why it's important to keep your attitude. And all these will be non-gaming related. So before I got into gaming, I was just doing retail contract gigs. The best contract gigs that I ever got were ballet gigs, believe it or not. Like, once I got my license, I was able to start driving, driving a car officially under, like, certain aspects of the law. I've been able to drive since I was 14, but I wasn't officially driving until 18. I got my license pretty late. So after I got my license, like the homie hit me up like, hey, I want to introduce you to my boss. He helps me get valet gigs, and I'm over here thinking like, man, what kind of things are valets? Like, I don't want to work at a restaurant. It's like, no, we don't do none of that. We do like special events. So we were able to do special events. I worked the MTV Music Awards. The Country Music Awards, the Grammys, the Emmys, the Academy Awards. like some pretty high profile stuff. So the way that a lot of these are set up, like the venue has, you know, the venue is, you know, in the street, whatever, they'll close out certain streets to give people access. Like the VIPs access, you know, the actors and all that other stuff, like, you know, access so they can be right in front of the venue. Like, so I guess, I think it was the MTV Music Awards, if I remember correctly. So the damn it. So the MTV Music Awards was at, one year was at the Shrine Auditorium right across USC. And I just want to like kind of, if anybody is familiar with the areas, want them to visualize how this kind of looks. Right across the street from USC. I don't know if the Shrine's still there, to be honest, but the Shrine Auditorium. So they would close out the street coming into the Shrine, right in front of the Shrine, and the street right in front of the Shrine, so that, you know, the VIPs, the guests, the movie stars, the actors, and all that can come in and have quick access. So what we would do is valet their cars. People who are famous enough and people who are connected enough to go to these shows, man, they drive some nice cars. Like legit drive some nice cars. So you know, I would come in and the best car, so the car I drove at the what am I talking about? The MTVs? Academy? MTVs. I forgot. Was a Jaguar XJ9, a 7 Series Mercedes, seven series? No. It was a 7 Series BMW that has a 7 Series. Man, that was a beautiful car. I can't remember which V12 Mercedes was like kind of hot at the time. Got to drive one of those too. A Hummer H2, got to go on one of those. So we would pick those up, we would drive them up to the parking lot, which was around the corner, and we'd have to sprint. And when I mean sprint. And it kind of sucked though, because like if you weren't like the first like 2 or 3 people on there, you know, you got this driver that's been sprinting back and forth, you know, your car got a little sweaty, you know, like that was kind of gross. But that was what I did for a while in all those events. Like I would just grab people's cars, take it back to parking, and then when they came back to pick them up, I would have to get the ticket and sprint to their car, because at that point, time is money. The more cars you can return, you know, the better tips you can possibly get, and it was a numbers game. You know, like if you did, you know, 10 cars, the possibilities of you getting better tips were better. Like it's just kind of how it was. But I was doing that for a bit. Did retail. Did a special assignment for waste management at the time. We're talking about jobs I got fired from. So where that led to, so I did valet for a long time. The company who got the contract to do the valet stuff was also taking over the contract at Hollywood and Highland, which was a mall at the time. It's still there, I believe. It's right by the Kodak Theater, or I think now they call it the TLC Theater. It's based on a Chinese company that does flat screens. You might see their TVs every once in a while. So, you know, like I had my in with that company, and it was chill. It was chill for the most part. And then, you know, like over the holidays, like I'm the type of dude that I don't need a lot of days off from work. You know, unless I'm sick or I might, you know, one of those days I'm just not feeling it. Like that's all I will call for. The only thing that I've ever asked any company is let me spend time with my family during family time. You know what I mean? Like Like, let me, like, if it's Christmas, if it's New Year's, if it's whatever the case may be, just, you know, let me get a day, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me get a Thanksgiving, let me get a Christmas, let me get a Christmas Eve, let me get a New Year's, let me get one of those days where I can spend with my family and I'm chill. I understand that I am a worker, I understand that, you know, that you're paying me to be here. I understand that part of the contract, but all I ask for that type of, not expectation, but I guess just my work, you know, that you give me a day. So, you know, the ballet gig led me to being a traffic attendant over at the Hollywood and Highland parking structure. And all I did was literally just, I think we lost this game. All we did was literally just wave cars through, because the way that it was designed, it has 2 lanes to go down and up the structure, but it's square, so like the middle is parking and the outside are the ramps. The problem is that the signs were very, very confusing. The signs were not placed properly. We had exit signs in that location that literally like pointed to the wall and said exit. You know, like, it, you know, like that was the type, like it was funny. So we were always, hey, how do I get out? How do, you know? So I was just directing traffic. Off of that job, same type of deal. I was there for a while. Worked fairly well, and then the holidays were coming up. Thanksgiving was the first one, and you know, I had told them like, hey, you know, can I put in time for Thanksgiving? Nah, I'm sorry, you know, you just started. Thanksgiving is a shopping season around here, so we're gonna need you around. Alright, I just started, no problem. You know, I completely understand. I didn't like it, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say that I accepted it full-heartedly. No, that wasn't the case. But I understood, you know, you gotta pay your dues. My parents raised me to pay my dues. So I had to pay my dues. So Thanksgiving came and went. Didn't spend no time with the family during Thanksgiving. Alright, cool. But then I told my bosses, because at that time I think I had like 3 bosses, so you know, that was destined to be a success right there on the spot. But I had 3 bosses, and I told each one of them, like, look, and I'm here for Thanksgiving. I'm here for Black Friday. Great, no problem. I understand that. Cool. My great grandma's coming into town. My great grandma's coming into town. You know, she's older. I don't know how many years she got left. You know, can I please get Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve off? Because I'm Latino. You know, like, I didn't start celebrating on Christmas on Christmas Day until I had my kid, because that was a tradition that wifey had. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I assimilated to her traditions of celebrating on Christmas. But when it was just me by myself, you know, like we did it the Latino way. You know, we celebrated going into Christmas, so Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, and I asked for this. I asked for one of those 2 days off right after Thanksgiving. No, we'll see. No. I'm telling you guys right now, it's not we'll see. I'm giving you guys a month. I just need one of those 2 days off. Please, you know what I'm saying? Just one of those 2 days off. Alright, no promises, but I'll see what I can do. We go by, the day's getting closer. Schedule pops up on the wall. I'm looking at my name. I'm working Christmas Eve, Christmas, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day. Nah. Nah, I was so upset. I was angry. And then what made me even more upset was that during this time, you know, I wanted to buy gifts for the family, and the job that I had was pretty good, but I believe I was only doing like something like 30 hours. And I was driving a V6 Mustang at the time because my mama at that time, I don't, she was spoiling me. I didn't ask her for the car, but she hooked it up. It was like a 2001, Mustang V6. I was driving that from Long Beach to Hollywood, the heart of Hollywood, every time I had to work, and I was making 30 hours. Since I had experience with the company doing the valet stuff, the head honcho came out and offered me and the homie a security gig at a marina parking lot because they were holding like an auction there. They're like, hey, you guys can do it in the morning, get paid for that, and come out here and come and work here. Cool, no problem. That started like the second week of December over the weekend. So I would go pick up the homie at like 4 o'clock in the morning. We'd hit the marina at 5. We'd be doing, our little rounds and stuff like that until about like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. But then both of us had to be at the spot in Hollywood at 6. At 6, and then we would work our 8 hours, so we wouldn't get until like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then have to drive from LA, drop the homie off at Carson, and then I would head back home like at 2:30, 3 o'clock to sleep for like 45 minutes, take a quick shower, wake up at 4, have to go pick up the homie back again. So I was just tired. I was just running ragged, but I had been doing this, and to not see to not be given one of those days, like it infuriated me. So we work it through, and then I come to find out that a couple people who had just recently got hired got all those days off. So I work Christmas Eve. I work Christmas Eve. I work Christmas. Disgruntledly, I worked them. I got the following day off. I had to work my birthday. And then New Year's Eve came about. And this one was like, hey, do you think you're going to have, the family as a whole was asking, you think you're going to be able to have this day off? Great grandma really wanted to see you. She was so happy with the Build-A-Bear that you got her. Shout out to Build-A-Bear. The Build-A-Bear that you got her. But she said she really wants to see you. She hasn't seen you since you were a little boy. And I was like, I can't, I'm working. But grandma really wants to see you. Think you can make it, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know. But, hearing this, I was like, all right, fine. You know what I'm saying? So I called in. I called in around 3 something. So I'm like, hey, I forgot who I talked to. It wasn't any of the managers. It was just somebody who was in the office at the time. They're like, hey, whoopty whoopty whoopty, how can I help you? And I knew who it was. Like, hey, it's Mo. Can you let them know that I'm not gonna be in today? I don't know who's in today. And they were like, oh, it's so and so. Actually, they're all here today. All 3 of them are here today. I was like, oh. I was like, all right, well, can you let any one of them know that I'm not gonna be there today? I'm not gonna show up. I got family stuff that I have to take care of. Okay, I'll let them know. And then I was supposed to start working that day at 5 o'clock. And the reason why it was such a big thing was because at that time, Barry Manilow, and this is like old head music. Like, I don't even really know any Barry Manilow tracks, but that's like some old head music, like older than me head music. He had an engagement at the Kodak Theater. I believe that's what it was called at the time, the Kodak Theater. So, it was going to be busy because it wasn't just the people that were celebrating the New Year's together with their families. It was people coming to see Barry Manilow. So, it had been packed due to Barry Manilow being there, and, I saw it during Christmas. So, I was supposed to show up at 5. I wasn't there. I was still home because we weren't planning to go out to the cousin's home until like 7, 8 o'clock, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, we celebrate at night. So, we weren't planning to really head out until like 7, 8. I was supposed to be at work at 5. The homie hits me up around 6, 6:30. And he hits me up. The one thing I didn't know was that when he called me, he put me on speaker, and he told me why he put me on speaker later, because what had happened, famous words, what had happened was the boss man was like, hey, call Mo and put him on speaker. I want to hear what he has to say. So, you know, he calls me up. He's like, hey, Mo, what's good? It's, you know, it's Whoop-De-Woo. I was like, yeah, what's up, brother? How are you? And I was like, hey, are you showing up today? I was like, nah, man, I told homie that I wasn't going to be there to let one of the three know that I wasn't going to be there. Yeah, he did that. He did that. But, you know, they're still expecting you to show up. It was like, nah, bro. I can't, bro. Like, I told y'all to give me one of these days off. Like, I requested Thanksgiving, I didn't get that. I requested Christmas, I didn't get that. Nah, bro. Like I told y'all, man, family is very important to me. So like, nah, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, come on, bro. Like, we super swamped right now, and I'm like, I was like, hey, bro, you know that I have nothing but respect for you, bro. Like, I know why you're asking me this, but just, you know, I can't make it today. You know, like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, I'm sorry. He's like, hey, man, but you know we busy, right? I was like, yeah, I know we busy, but what you want me to do? Is like, man, we got Barry Manilow upstairs, and me in my youthful angst at the time, I like, not loud, but loudly, man, I was like, F Barry Manilow. You know, like, I don't care about Barry Manilow. He's not doing nothing for me. Like, I don't care that he's there and people want to come. Nah, man, I asked for this day off and y'all ain't trying to work with me. I'm like, it's not you, because I know you don't make the schedule, but come on, man. So that argument was on speaker. And I missed that day. I went and celebrated with my family, but I was still scheduled to work New Year's Day. So, you know, like, I go celebrate with my family. New Year's Day rolls around, and I'm dressed. You know, I got my pants on, I got my boots on, I put on my shirt. I'm like literally heading out the door, and one of the managers calls me. Hi, can I speak? Because back then we didn't really have cell phones. Like, it wasn't really like a widely adopted thing that everybody had a cell phone. So we still had landlines. And for some of the youth that wonder what a landline is, so back in the day, when we wanted to be on the phone, you know, we needed like a physical wire connected to a little box in the house that went to an actual phone, and that's how we got phone calls. So we still had a landline. And, you know, so I was like, yeah, you know, speaking, oh, hi, you know, this is with you, hey, what's going on? Hey, so you didn't show up for work yesterday. It was like, yeah, you know, I've been requesting the days off. I didn't get any of the days off, and I want to spend time with family. Yeah, understand. But, you know, you needed to be here. I'm like, I didn't need to be anywhere that I didn't want to be. I was young. I don't need to be anywhere I didn't want to be. I told y'all how it was. I told you that family is very important to me, and none of you cared that was important to me. I wasn't asking for all of these days. I wasn't asking for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. I was asking for one day, and y'all couldn't give me one day, so I just took my one day. Yeah, well, see, that's not acceptable. We can't do that. So what's gonna happen now is we're gonna suspend you for a week. Word? Alright, cool. I guess, you know, suspend me for the week then. I guess if that's what you have to do, then that's what you have to do. Yeah, so we'll get back to you and let you know what our next course of action is, which I already knew they were gonna fire me. They don't suspend you just, you know, and not like, do I need this? Maybe I need this. Yeah, that looks better. What's his face? So I got suspended for a week. The next week, same manager calls me up. Hey, Mo. So we had decided to terminate our relationship with you. Okay. That was the only response I can muster. Okay. I wasn't trying to fight for that job. I wasn't trying to be like, no, please. Like, I was young, you know, I didn't have a family to take care of at that time. You know, I wanted to be with my family, like my brother, my sister, the cousins or whatnot when I got the opportunity to do it. But I didn't have a family and kid, and I didn't really need a lot of money for myself. It's like, okay, man, that angered that manager. You know what I'm saying? That manager started screaming at me over the phone. See, this is the problem. You don't care. I was like, yeah, I don't care. Like, what do you want me to do? Do you really want me to fight and cry over this job that y'all don't respect me that I do? That I'm not really getting paid that well to do? That I have to drive, if I'm lucky, an hour and 10 minutes to get to from where I'm at? Like, no, it's not gonna work out. Then it's not gonna work out. I appreciate the opportunity that you all gave me. Thank you so much for the job, but yeah, I don't care. Oh my God, you're not gonna get anywhere in life if that's the attitude you have, and this and that. And I was like, bro, like, you want me to care about my job the way that you care about your job. But I seen the car that you drive compared to the car my mama has me driving, and I'm not saying my car was a hoopty or was bad. It was a nice car, but she had a better car that she paid for on her own. That that came with the rent and everything else that costs to make a life. So I was like, yeah, I don't care. Like, that wasn't going to be the job. That was going to be my career. I didn't want to be breathing in exhaust, at the 5th level of the parking structure for the rest of my life. Like, that wasn't a thing that I wanted to do. So, she argued with me for a bit. I really wasn't arguing. I was just kind of giving smart aleck responses. And that was it. I got fired. And that was how I got fired from that job. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, okay, cool. It's just, I guess my audio is a little low. I'm probably like breathing in and out because I keep moving back and forth and my mic is stationary. Thank y'all. So that was the first job that I got fired from. Everything else after that were mainly contracts. I would go to agencies. I would go try to just make as much money as I needed to survive whatever part of life I was in. And then somewhere down the lines, I had a homegirl who had a mom who happened to be a manager at Target. She was like, hey, I know that you're into video games. I manage the section that takes care of electronics, music, and I can't remember what other. Would you be interested in possibly working there? But it's in LA. It's in La Cienega. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If you can get me that gig, I'm down. I'm down to work. Like, I'm super down to work. And I was cool. I was cool working there for a bit. I got the gig, and she did everything that she could, and I got the gig, and I went in there thinking, all right, cool. I got in the way that I heard people get in that can get, raises. But since she referred me to the position, she couldn't necessarily be my direct supervisor. So her assistant became like my manager. That's kind of how the structure kind of worked, where like the assistant manager or the day manager of the section was who you reported to, and then they reported to the department manager, which that's what she was. Working with that manager wasn't great, what I'm saying? But I worked at night, so I rarely ever saw the other person. I think I picked the wrong. Whatever. So I, it wasn't great working with her whenever I worked with her, but everybody else there was super legit, was super chill. Like, I liked working there with the people. It was fun, what I'm saying? Like, these people I'm gonna shut out because it's, it was our time there, and I got nothing bad to say about anybody that I worked with in the retail space. Oh damn. Miss Betty, Tina, Teresa, Miss Carol, Vanessa, Courtney, like, man, like all everybody who looked out, like, you know, that kind of looked out for me, or just, you know, like we did what we did, you know what I'm saying? We made the best of our situations. And I liked working with them. Like, it was dope working there. That's actually where I met Wifey, believe it or not. She walked in one day. I was in awe, you know what I'm saying, of how beautiful she was, and that's why I met her. But that's a story for a different day. But that's where I met Wifey. But you know, I was trying to give my all, because since I was into video games, I was like, ooh, I can work with video games. I can talk to people who need my recommendation for video games. I can do that. So I was trying to give it my all. Even with some of the hardships I had with the AM, like, it just wasn't enough to necessarily deter me from wanting to work there. The one thing that really got like under my crawl when it came to that was over the holiday break, it gets busy. You know what I mean? Like, it gets super busy. They had me scheduled for a 7 to 12 schedule, which was 5 hours. But the store needed to be clean every night. Like, it needed to be zoned out, cleaned up, you know, made look nice for the next morning. And over the holidays, if y'all never worked retail before, man, like, oh, over the holidays, it gets packed. You know, people pick up stuff, people don't put stuff back. You know, it's just traffic and traffic and traffic. So that 7 to 12 schedule became a 7 to like 3:30 schedule, pretty much on the nightly. And one day in particular, I was set up for that schedule, and I was scheduled to come back in at 7 o'clock the next day. So it was like 7 to 3, and then once I left, I needed to be back at 7 o'clock. We were on the holiday schedule, and I was, you know, but like up until that point, I had talked to the manager. So when the holidays rolled around, and I'm missing like a bunch of important things because I'm playing, I can't focus. So as we're doing this over the course of the holidays, let me see. So we had our store manager, section managers, our district manager came in, and you know, him trying to be the I can help too type situation was there, kind of just picking at the cards, and you know, I started talking with the homies and everybody else, and they're like, "Hey, Mo, what time are you supposed to be back tomorrow?" I'm like, 7. I'm like, "Why are you still here?" I'm like, "Man, because they ain't told me I can leave. They want me to stay here." Oh, really? Like, yeah. Like, what is this? And they're like, maybe you should talk to the district manager and see what he says. I was like, you know what? Yeah, let me do that. So I go over, you know, like timid little kind of kid that I was back then. In terms of like speaking to authority at work, and I was a little bit timid. And I go, hey, you know, whoop-de-whoop, do you think that I can go home right now because I'm scheduled to be back? I'm scheduled to be back at 7 o'clock, and it's, you know, 2:30 now. You know, can I leave because I'm gonna be tired? The dude didn't say anything other than, "Oh yeah." That was it. No, oh, I didn't know that. No, like, damn. No, like, oh, okay, cool, you know, just go home and come back. No, he was just like, yeah, and so, finish your shift, come back tomorrow. Huh? And then, like, the messed up part about it, from my aspect of it, was that he wasn't discreet about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just straight out said, okay, so, you know, like, why do I care type situation. And everybody that I worked with who had asked me, you know, they're kind of like doing that whole thing where they kind of like tune in. Man, I went back, like I looked like a scalded little puppy, you know what I mean? Like I kind of looked like a scalded little puppy, you know, like being told no, you bad dog. Man, why they start laughing at me though? Why they start laughing at me though? But yeah, they started laughing at me. I'm what's his face? I'm just like, man, like F this noise. Like I can't believe that they're like literally not really like caring about like our safety, you know, like our health. Like we were just over here struggling, and they like reality just didn't care like one single bit. And that was kind of like the beginning of the end with, you know, my relationship with Target. You know, like that let me know that I wasn't valued. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't matter what it was that I would do. The fact that I haven't put in a lot of hours, was willing to come back in, I was just, you know, like, and to be honest, had I known my rights, you know, maybe it's something that I could have approached with a legal standpoint. But when you're 17, you know, 17, when you're 18, 19, you know, 20, I don't know. You know, we're not really versed in our legalities and what we can actually say, what we can actually do. We're just kind of in that whole mode of, you know, we gotta just kind of deal with the cards that are given to us. But that ended up being the beginning of the end, you know, and that kind of like attitude and stuff kind of continued with them for a while. So it wasn't for me. And about 4 months later, I just started no calling, no showing, just calling sick. Would show up and be like, hey, I gotta go home, and just let people know, you know, on short notice. Like, you know, when they say like if I won the lotto, I wouldn't tell anybody, but there would be signs. Yeah, like I didn't win the lottery, but if I was tired of a place, especially in my youth, like, yeah, there were signs. You know, there were signs that I was just tired of that place, and it just happened to be a sign that I was just tired of that place. Like, I wasn't feeling this. So 4 months after like, everything happened with the DM, I just, you know, started doing all that stuff, and it was more of a no call, no show situation. So I ended up getting fired due to that. They called me up at home, was like, hey, and I felt kind of bad because, you know, the homegirls mom had put in a good word for me, and she's the one that went through a bunch of hassles to try to get me hired and stuff like that, and, you know. And I appreciated it, but it's just like, you know, there's only so much loyalty that I can kind of give out when, you know, like I'm not being like shown that in any capacity, you know what I mean? So I knew it was over with, and I was fired. Yeah. So then I ended up being unemployed, going back to contract work for a bit. What's his face? Going back on unemployment for a bit. Doing contracts. I can't remember what contracts I did, and then the next thing I had was at a supermarket. And when I got hired, the person who hired me, great dude. This dude, I'm gonna shout him out too, because this is a positive aspect. Joe, you know, just it's a very, you know, normal name out there. Like, Joe, man, I appreciate you. I hope everything's good with you. I hope everything's right with you. I hadn't talked to Joe since I worked at the supermarket, and he got me this job. So I got that supermarket gig. And they put me in the refrigerator section, or the freezer section. And they told me, hey, if you do this, if you put in your time in the refrigerator section, you know, like he told me, I promise you, we will give you $1.50 more for your position, because that's what we pay people in the freezer section. Alright, cool. You know what I'm saying? So I got hired, and this was the thing where I was like, alright, cool, a supermarket. You know, this is the type of stuff that my parents told me to get. I'm with the supermarket. I'm cool. And let me put in my time. You know, let me get promoted. Let me be store manager. Let me be freezer manager. Let me do whatever. Like, I'll put in time. Like, I knew that this particular place had a propensity to not be the best place to work, but if you put in some time, put in some, you know, put in some brownie points, that if you ever got like an assistant lead position or an assistant manager, a manager position, that what's his face, that they would promote you, and when they would promote you, they would send you to a different store. You know, they would send you to a store that was like super far away, but you would get promoted. So I was hyped. I was like, alright, cool, yeah. And to be honest, like, working the freezer section was actually pretty legit. Like, being in the cold like that is not like super fun all the time. What's his face? It was cool, you know, like loading up the milk, you know, organizing the freezer section, just kind of having my own section to kind of worry about. So yeah. Unfortunately, once that store opened up, the one that we were working at, Joel was set to be the manager. Joel was not the manager anymore. Joel got transferred to another store to be the manager there, because they were opening like a new store. And you know, the dude was a baller. Like, he knew what to do. He knew what needed to be done. Like, so they had him work. They had him work at another store, so they put another manager in charge. And he had no idea the agreement that me and Joe had, or what Joe had even promised me, you know what I'm saying? But that didn't stop me from trying to do my job. Again, I'm always grateful for the opportunities. I'm grateful for the money that I had at this point. I was dating wifey, so I needed money, you know what I'm saying? Like, I needed the money. You know, new manager came in. I still did my job. I did everything cool, did everything chill. But for whatever reason, like, he didn't like me. I don't know what he had heard about me, you know, because I wasn't, like, I'm not saying that I was, like, the perfect dude, or I was, like, the perfect employee or anything of that sort. It's just, I was a hard worker. So I wasn't sure what he had heard, but he just never really took kind to me, you know what I'm saying? Like, we always had things where we just, I guess, had miscommunications. I don't know how to call them. I don't know what to really, like, describe them as, but we just never really got along. And there was like a time, because the Super Bowl used to be held in January, back before we had 17 weeks and an extra week of playoff games. Like, we used to have the Super Bowl in like the middle of January back in the days. So, oh, they're gonna get me! They're gonna get me! Oh! So one particular day on Super Bowl Sunday, I had to go in, which I wasn't happy about because I wanted to see the Super Bowl. Again, not sure why he did this, but he goes, "Hey, Mo, I need to talk to you." All right, cool. What do you need to talk about? Well, I was going through the CCTV footage, because, you know, like, security, like in markets we got security and cameras and stuff like that. So why are we losing this? Like, we were winning this. What's his face? You know, I went through the CCTV footage, and I was noticing that from this hour to this hour, you didn't pull any boxes, you weren't fixing any home dude that was home dude that was here in the daytime. He even told me, like, hey, you know, like, sorry I didn't put this and there. Yeah, it's because I'm not paying attention. Yeah, I don't know, my health was terrible, yeah. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be playing it and talking at the same time. um, you know, I noticed that from this and this box, you only moved this amount of boxes and this and that. So I'm gonna write you up for not working. Like what? Like what do you mean? I was here. I was helping other departments. Yeah, those are not your departments to help. So I don't know why you were helping so and so and everything else when it's not your department to help. Like I was like, wait, but I'm helping. You know, like I don't understand what the problem is here. Yeah, but it's not your department, so I'm gonna give you a warning. That got me. That got me upset. That got me upset. And mind you, at this market, like the manager's office, is an open space in the middle of the floor. So when he told me to sign this, I cursed him out. Like this was like probably the first time. This was probably the first time where like, yeah, like I legit cursed this dude out. Like I wasn't cool with it. I cursed this guy out like in front of everybody, customers. I yelled at this dude. I couldn't believe this dude was being so petty with me when I hadn't done anything to this cat. You know what I'm saying? If I did something and like somehow this gets to him, bro, let me know what I did, cause I legit don't know what our problem was or what your problem was with me. Cause we never really like interacted, you know, like we never really interacted. So, you know, I cursed him out. Everybody is shocked that I'm doing this, and you know, and I'm upset. You know, like I'm upset. Like I'm seriously upset at this point. But I got to go back and do my job. You know what I'm saying? So I go back and do my job, and then the homegirl hits me up. Because she was the assistant manager at the time, or the assistant lead. I can't remember. She was an assistant, you know, like, you know, she had, you know, she had stuff to do. She goes, Moses, what's wrong? And that's how I knew it was kind of serious, because for the most part, people usually call me Mo. My government name is Moises, like an old baseball player called Moises Alou. You know, but I usually tell people Moses just because it makes it easier to say, you know, like that's just. Oh my God, I missed him, R. So she shows up, you know, like Moses, like you can't do that. What is wrong with you? Are you okay? And I'm like, nah, man, this guy, you know, why is he talking all this mess and this? I'm like, Moses, you can get fired for that. That's insubordination. I'm like, then fire me, I'll go watch the Super Bowl right now. I don't care. And then I had to like control myself, like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be yelling at you. I'm just so mad. Like, I don't understand what this guy's problem is. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's his problem? Like, why is he being this way? Like, I didn't do anything to him. It's like, I don't know, you know, he's just kind of like that, but you still can't do that. No, they're gonna fire you. Then fire me. I don't care. So and then I guess, you know, word got out that I had done this. So I guess, you know, in the powers that, you know, that are given to him, he was able to just let me go. So he fired me, you know. I guess unofficial, or it was kind of like this weird, like, situation, because even though he had, like, I guess the authority to put me up for termination, he didn't have the right to terminate me. So, he fired me. I got let go. I didn't come back to work. And then about 2 or 3 days later, the company, like, I got a call from corporate saying, hey, you know, can I speak to Moises? Or sorry, they didn't say hey. Like, hello, can I speak to Moises? I'm like, speaking, who is this? And they're like, oh, this is, you know, whoop-de-whoop from corporate. We heard that you had an incident with the manager over at the, you know, at a store in Long Beach. It's like, yeah, I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't appreciate how he approached a certain situation, and he kind of just like was very, you know, disrespectful towards me. So like, you know, unfortunately, I didn't take the right approach. I told him, like, I made it to my faults. You know, like, if I said it, I said it. Like, I'm not gonna like, you know, like try to backtrack on what I said. If I said it, I said it. If I said it, I meant it at the time. You know what I'm saying? That's just kind of how it went. So if I said it, I said it. Oh yeah, you know, we understand your frustration. We understand how everything is going on. We understand that it can be a very difficult and frustrating situation to work with, and but we wanted to offer you and let you see, you know, like, we know that you were promised certain things. You know, we talked to Joe about this because you were Joe's hire, and he recommended that we put you up in the freezer section at this store. I was like, all right, you know, like, cool. But then they go, but you're not going to be working as many days because we don't have a spot for you. So you'll probably be working like 3 days. And it's like, man, 3 days and I have to drive like 60 miles away to like go get this paycheck. I was like, you know what? Nah, you know what? Thank you. You know, if you talk to Joe, let Joe know that I appreciate the I appreciate him looking out for me, but oh darn it. But I just can't accept it. So the termination ended up being, I guess, confirmed by myself, and I got fired from that job. So, you know, I found myself again jobless. Yeah, and that's how that one went. And, you know, along the ways after that, I had trouble finding work. And then shortly after that, I found a few contract gigs, nothing really panned out. What's going on here? Oh, sorry, y'all. I'm just looking at my chat really quick. Yo, man, hey, no, for real though, it be like that though. Yeah, for reals though. Like, when people talk down to you, like, no, it's a thing that triggers. Like, it triggers for reals. If you're of a certain DNA cut, like, it does trigger you. For reals. So what time is it? I think it's 8 o'clock already. Yeah. Alright, I think I might just call it out. I'm just gonna end this right here for a bit. 8. Nah, I'll give it one more game, but let me finish my thought. So, you know, I didn't have that job. Come February, you know, we find out that we about to be a family, me and wifey. We find out we about to be a family. I ain't got no job. You know, and I would get contract gigs in between, but essentially I was preparing to be a father with no job. And when my child came into this world, I had no job. So when he was born, I had no job. You know, like, my family has always been very supportive of me, and always tried to help me out whenever they could. You know, and even now to this day, it's not that they have been or had been. No, they've always been supportive of me. My mom, my dad, in different ways. Then my brother and my sister. Like, I don't get as far in life without their assistance. And yes, they're, you know, 10 and 12 years younger than me, but I don't. You know, there were certain aspects of my life that when I needed their help, and some big ticket items, you know, we'll leave it at that, some big ticket items, they've helped me out. You know what I'm saying? I don't get as far in my life with my family too. We don't get as far in life without their help, without their assistance, and for that I'll always be appreciative. So So when my kid is born, my mom is struggling too, but she's still trying to help her baby. That's what they all call me the baby because I was the first. But we're struggling, like all of the income that we had coming in, which wasn't much, just covered rent. That was it. We had no extra for gas, and again, I was still driving that V6. We got no money for gas. We barely have any money for food. We ain't got no money for diapers. Brought my kid home one day, and I don't know if anybody who's ever been a father in that situation where you don't have a job and you just feel like you cannot provide for your family. Like, I looked at my kid's crib and I started crying, because I felt like this kid was, just born. I already had failed him, and I didn't like that feeling. And I couldn't get any work for a bit. Unemployment wasn't doable for me. I forgot what was going on at the time, but I wasn't eligible for unemployment. I think so it was the lack of consistent work history. Like, whenever I put it, so the way unemployment worked, I don't know how it works now in California, but I think it still works the same, is that when you work, you put money into the system, and part of that system is your unemployment fund, but you need to put at least, I believe it's either 6 months or like a certain number to be eligible to receive unemployment benefits. And the more consistently you work, like the higher the benefits, where you can max out, which is on the unfortunate part, because if there's people who are making $150,000, they're putting a lot more into the system. Their max number was the same as a person probably making 35, 40,000 a year. So it was the same max number. So like that kind of sucked whenever you hit that. But if you were like me, if you can hit that max number, nothing really changed in your life. But they would do it in quarters. So like I never held a job longer at that point in my life. I never held a job longer than 2-3 months. Like Target was probably like my longest standing job, and that only lasted like 8 months. Like I hadn't put in no kind of like 1 year's time at any place that I had worked at in my youth, and all that led to that situation. So I was just feeling like a failure. I didn't know what to do. None of that, you know what I mean? So I just felt bad, and we lived there for a bit. I was able to get a warehouse gig because I got referred by my cousin, because he knew a homie who had a homie who was a manager there. So he got hired by the company, but he let me know, like, hey, this agency is recruiting for this warehouse. Maybe you can get a gig. Maybe we work together. Like, they're not going to pay you as much as they pay me, but you know what I'm saying, it's a job, and you have a son now. So you know what I'm saying. So my cousin gave me the referral. I went over there, and he told me to tell them that his homie referred me. So I guess they were getting like a referral bonus because he was eligible for one while my cousin was not, because he was just new there. You know what I mean? So like, all right, cool, I'll do all that. Got the job. It was cool. This was a shipping. It was a distribution warehouse for a lot of high-end markets. In California, we had like the Safeways, and what else was out there? Like Pavilions. They weren't like your Ralphs. They weren't like your Stater Brothers. None of that. Like, they sold the same things that those markets sold, but they also carried like, I guess, like, I don't want to say boutique, but I guess there were like higher end items. You know what I'm saying? Like the better protein bars and the better juices and the fancy salsa and the balsamic vinegars. You know what I'm saying? Like some higher ticketed items. Things that cost a little bit more. So that's what they would do. So I worked there for a bit, and it was hard. It was hard, man. Like, basically we had 10 stations, and they were double-sided. So it was left, right, a space, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, and it went all the way down. We had people who would pick the orders, put them in the conveyor belt. The system would, like, automate. Like, that part of the system was automated. The orders would come down the conveyor belts. We needed to have we had it pneumatic. I think it's a pneumatic platform. Like it elevated. Like we had an elevating platform that would rise from the ground. We put a pallet on that. We raise it up to about waist level. You know, like something that we can just kind of like, so we wouldn't have to bend down. You know, just kind of like get the package, turn our whole body. Don't never. If you ever get a job at an Amazon warehouse or anywhere where you gotta lift heavy stuff, word of advice: wear a belt. First of all, always have a belt. Never, ever, ever do a job like that without some sort of like belt. And I mean like a warehouse belt. Like Google warehouse belt is just like a, you know, like a really strappy belt that, you know, that kind of covers your whole core. Always have that on, and never twist your body at your waist. Always rotate your body from the hip. You know what I'm saying? Legs and all. Like, yeah, like it sucks because, you know, you can do it faster the other way, but you turn the wrong way, ooh, bro, you gonna be in some back pain. So, you know, and it was that, but you had to be quick. Like you had to fill these orders quick. So you had to put down the pallet, load up the boxes, you know, structure it in a way where like it doesn't like shake, it doesn't wobble. So wrap those up, lower the platform, let whoever was in charge of the dollies, either automatic or manuals, come, you know, lift it up, load it into the back of the truck, put another pallet, and repeat. And this was, you know, a continuous cycle of just filling orders. And it was a gig, and it was cool. And I guess this is like the first time in my career. You know, I think I'm gonna be done with the game because this story's probably gonna go a little bit long. Maybe we'll see. So this was like, I think, the first time in my history where I developed. I don't know. I don't know what to call them. I don't want to say a backbone per se, but I guess some resistance. I don't know if it's corporate resistance. I don't know what you want to call it, right? Because like working in the warehouse was fun. It was cool. I got to work with my cousin. And again, like no matter where I've worked, I've always met some cool people, like just funny people. You know, like out there we had the homie Lino. He was a character. Hector, like Oscar. Couple other cats, man. Like, I think there's so many Steves in my life. Like so many Steves that I run across in my life. I think the homie's name was Steve. I want to say his name was Steve. You know what I'm saying? The homie Santi, all that stuff. So it was fun working there, man, because it was cool. You know, like, you know, we just shoot the stuff and talk mess and bust jokes and do our jobs and do everything. So it was cool. But in doing this, we noticed that particular stations, so this ramp that I'm speaking about that elevates up and down, so they elevate and there's a hole in the ground, but on two sides of this gap, there were metal panels that were there to be removed when the lift needed to be worked on. So like if a worker needed to come in and do some maintenance on the little lift, they would be able to lift these metal panels up, and they would have enough elbow room to go in there and see what was wrong with the machine, diagnostic, and fix it, right? So there was two of these panels at every one of the platforms. I don't think it was half, but it was a large chunk of platforms that had these panels bent, so they didn't sit flush. So what ends up happening is that you have this panel, and I don't know if you guys also, it shows up. So usually, you know, they go straight. They're flush. The ground is right here, and they're flush. There was a dip. So there was a dip with the panel that would go down. So now you would have the ground being higher than the panel. So there were moments when a lot of us were taking turns with the dollies to load up the trucks, where you would get an order and you would go to pull it, and sometimes the wheels of the dolly or the weight of the pallet itself would cause that panel to kind of kick up, or it would catch the panel away where it would slip out of its position, and it would cause the dolly and the pallet to kind of like dip in. So if you pull it kind of fast and that happened to you, you tweaked your back. And I tweaked my back. Like, it wasn't like a serious injury, but I could feel it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was pulling it. And I went to pull it, and I hear boom! And my pallet fell, my jack fell, and I yanked on it, you know, like, and I was yanking on it. Oh, damn, my back. You know what I'm saying? Like, it hurt. And I had brought this up to my leads before. I was like, hey, bro, like, what's up with these pants? When are we going to get these looked at? Blah, 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 blah. Like, and everybody who was newly hired had, like, this type of, we'll call it feedback, that we were going to get hurt at this job. So we had a company-wide meeting in the break room. And, you know, the higher-ups were, like, the higher-ups were in there. And everybody asked about permanency, you know, money, stuff like that. And that wasn't really my, you know, like, my cup of tea, because I knew where I stood. I was a temp. You know what I'm saying? I was a temp amongst all the other temps that got hired during this part of the year. So that wasn't really my priority. I just wanted a job, which I was happy to have after not having a job. I just simply asked, hey, you know, many of these stations have these metal panelings that are bent. I hurt my back yesterday. When can we expect to have these fixed? And I can't really recall the answer, but it was more like of a brush off answer. It was more like, oh, we're looking into it. Like, that type of answer, when people are showing concern for their own health, something at that moment was like, nah, this isn't right. This is not correct. I was like, what do you mean you're looking into it? Like, oh, well, we're talking to some companies right now. We'll probably get estimates in 2 or 3 weeks. And I said the quiet part out loudly. What do you mean 2 or 3 weeks? Man, I tweaked my back on this last week. I know other people had gotten their backs tweaked last week. You're gonna have a bunch of injured people if you keep insisting that we work in unsafe conditions. To say that opened the floodgate of concern and had some other people feeling brave, you know what I'm saying? For that point, people started raising their hands, started talking, and everything was about this paneling and our health and everything else. And yeah, at that point, there was a target on my back. None of these higher ups liked me. I was the outspoken one, the troublemaker, and I think this was probably the first gig where I guess I took on that role of villain. You know what I mean? Like, I'm always the type of person that wants to look out for the people that I worked with. I don't want nobody to get injured on the job. I want everybody to go home to their families. Man, I want you to go home and chill in your couch if that's what you like to do, you know what I'm saying? But I want you to get there safe. So from that point on, I had this target on my back. You know, the higher ups just wouldn't even acknowledge me after that. But none of that mattered to me. I knew where I stood. The thing that kind of drove me was how many people came up to me. And I'm gonna say this in the way that it was said to me, because I think this is probably part of the reason why at the time things were the way that they were. I worked with a bunch of Latino men that knew English but were more comfortable and were natively Spanish speakers. You know, like, all of the homies that were like that, at that point they were older, you know what I'm saying? They were the old heads. They were the late 30s, early 40 cats that, you know, that were working there. And, you know, they would come up to me, Moises, and I'll translate this. Moises, you know, gracias por decir todo que yo quería decir, pero tú ya sabes cómo es, man. Yo no tengo tengo papeles, pero no soy de aquí. Yo no platico, no platico inglés. Y yo siempre quería decir algo de que está pasando aquí porque yo también me lastimé. Pero gracias que deciste algo, man, porque aquí sí se lastiman muchas personas. So gracias por decir todo eso. Like, no te preocupes, you know, I don't, you know, no te preocupes que este trabajo no es para mí, so es para ustedes que quieran trabajar aquí. Y yo solo estoy diciendo para que ustedes tengan su salud. And basically, what that interaction was that the homie came up to me and he was like, "Hey, Moses, like, thank you so much for speaking up for us. Like a lot of us have always had this concern about the health, about, getting hurt on the job. And like when we try to bring it up, we're dismissed. And, mainly because you can see who works here. What I'm saying? There's a bunch of people like me who mainly speak Spanish, who come from an immigrant background, and just thank you so much for just saying something and being that way." And then I just wanted, like, no problem, what I'm saying? Like, this job isn't necessarily for me. I'm here because I need a paycheck. I really want y'all to be safe because, like, I don't want to sound mean saying this. And I didn't say this part in Spanish. This was kind of like something afterwards. But this job isn't for me. Like, this isn't going to be my career. Like, I don't plan on being here forever. But once I spoke up, that kind of started the wheels of trying to, I guess, pick out troublemakers, and I was one of the first ones. And about 3 weeks to a month after we brought up all of our concerns, the only estimation they were doing is how many of these estimated people can we get rid of and still have a business to run. And they let us go. I was one of the first ones fired, along with I think 25 other people at the time. And it sucked. What I'm saying? We were just literally just showing concern for ourselves, and it was enough for them to just be like, "Nah, we don't want to deal with this," and fired. And that one sucked too, because that was the first job I had after having my kid, and like we can take him out, we can go get like baby pictures done, we can buy him clothes, we can buy ourselves food, we had money for gas, and now all of a sudden we didn't have money for rent again, what I'm saying? Or we just had money for rent, and it was like, man, like this sucked. And that was 6 months in, so I got fired. Now that I think about it, I got fired a lot at my young age. Well, anyways, let's see what's going on here. Jack, let me see. Am I? Are you? Jack. Hey, you know what, Jack? I think you might be. Outside of Jack in the Box and Jack and Jill, I think you're the only. Yeah. Damn, let me see. There was no Jack there. No. Hey, word up though. Yeah, I think you're the only Jack I've ever really been true homies with and actually knew. Like there might be some Jacks in emails that I've seen or whatever, but nah, I think in terms of homies and just people that I work with, I think you're the only official Jack that I really remember working with though. Yep. Nah, man, you cool, man. You are a special homie, man. You a cool dude, man. Next one was straight, bro. I got to learn about the the fraudulent stuff that we used to work in. I can't remember what department that was in, but the stuff that you used to do up at Nexon, you used to give me insight on all that, what was that department called? I can't remember, but it was the fraud charges and the chargebacks and stuff like that. Seeing you work with the tool, and you would hook us up. You and Danny would hook us. Would come in and show my team or the team, because it wasn't my team. I wasn't the leader or anything. Will come and show us team how we can work with the tool, what it actually meant. How we needed to communicate with you. Nah, homie, it was cool, dude. You were dope, dude. You were dope. There you go, fraud. That's what it was called, fraud. Yep, that's what it was called. All right, yeah. I know what you did. You know what I'm saying? Looking at the back end for all the fraudulent charges, chargebacks, all the money, the security aspects of the money stuff. But I remember working with the tool, and you know, like you showing us how to mess with this, showing us how to read all that stuff. So nah, man, I've always appreciated that, man. You was a cool dude. You was one of the, and I say this about a lot of people, but like legit, you know, there's always like the people that I was cool with, because I'm cool with like as many as I can be. But nah, man, like nah, man, you a straight G. You a straight G, dude. Like, if ever I get the chance to staff like a department from top to like a company from top to bottom, and there's a list of people that I would work with again. You on that list for sure, for sure. You on that list. You know what I'm saying? I hit you up on whatever. Like, hey, bro, I got this. You interested? I hit you up. You know, you along with some other cats, I would do that for. But for reals though, payment gateway stuff. Yup. iOvation, yep, that's what it was called. Man, you bring, see, because I was your department. That's why you have all these things in your memory bank. Like I recall the processes and stuff like that, but for sure, you know what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I remember the payment gate stuff, because that was a lot of my stuff. I was doing a lot of, I was them a fraud, you know, chargebacks and stuff like that. But yeah, man, that was. Hey, no lie, Nexon as a whole. Like the group that we had, I really liked working there. Like the vibe that we had, the communication, the camaraderie, the friendships that we had at Nexon. Like legit, that was a super legit place, considering that it was like a small but like mixed group of people, because it was like us, you know what I'm saying? It was like me, you, Danny, you know, the other two homies, you know, Franco, Garrett, then we had Nick, was it? Yeah, it was Nick, or Nicholas. I mentioned Danny. Who else was there? I think it was just like us, and we were like really like the only English speaking people in that part of the company. Everybody else was like a native Korean, you know, but we still like, we can still communicate with them, we can still talk, have a good time. Like, man, the cousin Primo, man, I don't know if he ever comes around to seeing this, the Primo was up, but it's crazy, because it wasn't even like us that had the problems with each other that caused whatever happened. Like everywhere else, man, it's just people making the decisions just make the wrong decisions, and then when you put in that time and it's like, we're gonna give you a 35-cent raise, you know, it just it messes with you sometimes, you know what I mean? But as a whole, that was a really cool place to be honest. I do miss that place a lot, just because of like what we were doing there, not just the work, but just like hanging out, you know what I'm saying? Lunchtime was hangout time. We had our food, we had our pad, we had our sticks, we had our monitors, we had our games. Like, it was a real fun time. The sorry part was like that building was like next to nothing, but in terms of just like being there, nah, man, working there was super legit, to be honest. Super legit. Damn. I haven't heard those names in a while either, man. But yeah, and neither one of them are the people that I mentioned. To be honest, they're actually pretty cool with me. 25 cents. Damn, hell nah, Kev. 25 cents, but nah, that was a norm though, man. That was a norm. That was a norm for people in our positions sometimes, man. We get that 25 cents. Everybody else up there, that's already making more than us, makes that much more than us after everything is said and done, which is always like not the unfortunate thing, but it's one of those things that just kind of pushes the lower, I guess the lower class workers like myself, like away, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, man, we just trying to get ahead. We just trying to pay our bills. It's like, man, it costs me money to come here to work. But nah, I really did appreciate Nexon. But yeah, nah, I got fired a lot. And we're almost to when I got into QA. But I'll probably save that story for another place. I'm gonna get one more game in. Let's see. Do I want ARAM? Let's see if I can finish this with the Murky Slap. I'm gonna stay with my Pink Terror right here on my Chihuahua. Yeah, nah, hey, she was though. She really was though. She was. She was super chill. She actually was really chill with my wife too when we had the company outing over at Knott's. Like she was really like she was a pleasant person to be around for the most part. The only thing that I wasn't so thrilled about was, and it wasn't her fault. It really wasn't her fault. You know what I'm saying? It's just that when you have to make that decision of who do you stick up for, yourself or somebody who's under you, you know, they don't really stick up for us. You know what I mean? But like outside of that, man, she never outright. She never actually did anything wrong to me, to be honest. Like she was always super chill, always super calm, even to the point when I did have that beef with the person that right now should rename nameless. Um, like she approached me in a very like respectful way so we can talk about it. You know, like it wasn't a thing of like, oh, you have to do this and you have to do that, and you know, like this is the way that it goes here. Like that, there was never none of that with her. She was always so like soft spoken, very respectful, but very professional too. You know what I'm saying? Like letting you know kind of how it had to be without trying to like lord that power over you. And she was legit. She was legit. But you know, and now looking back, like I don't hold any ill will towards anybody there for how everything turned out there. It's the business, you know what I'm saying? You keep thinking that, or we keep thinking that if we go to a different place, it's gonna be different. Nah, the majority of things, the only thing that changes is where you get your paycheck from. You know, that's kind of like the that's kind of like the terrible truth of the matter sometimes. You know, it's like we look for better, we think it's going to be better, and sometimes it's just a different version of the same thing that if you're lucky enough, you get paid just a little bit more. Oh, man. And, you know, that's the part that kind of drives me crazy sometimes, because I would want, you know, a place that I can put down roots and, like, be there 10 years, you know, and like I don't know, I guess I'm gonna put it out to the universe. I'm gonna put this out like this, like we out here in public, you know, like I'm gonna put it out into the universe. Yes, would I want a position where I can make 6 figs, you know, like it doesn't even have to be like a high 6 figs, you know what I'm saying, like a hundred K, I'd be straight. You know, I would be straight for the rest of my life. I live a very simple lifestyle. You know, the family as a whole, we live a very simple lifestyle. Especially now that the kid is grown. You know what I'm saying? Where we're more in like support mode instead of like what's his face? Instead of like providing mode. You know what I'm saying? Because when the kids are young and they're not, you know, you have to provide for them. You have to, you know, give them this, give them that, give them all this stuff. You know, but now we in support mode. Like, you know, he can support himself. Or he can provide for himself if he really wants stuff. You know, like I'm down to help him out with whatever he needs. But at the same time, you know, if I end up being homeless, that doesn't mean that he has to be homeless. You know, like he can work, he can get his own thing. So, you know, like now that makes like what I need to live that much simpler. So if I could somehow get a gig that would give me 100K and give me like little incremental bumps out in 5%, and this company was stable and I couldn't be, you know, and it was cool to work in and it was respectful, like, you know, there's always gonna be blow ups and toss ups. Like I'm not expecting the perfect place. Like I'm not, like that's unrealistic to think that something like that, you know, necessarily exists where you're going to be able to not have conflict, not have issues, not have errors. Like there's always going to be conflict. It's how those conflicts get handled. It's how those issues get handled. It's the
Go forth and claim the altars in my name.
it's how you end up feeling. I understand the business aspect of it. The part that I don't understand is how people, damn it, is how people can use the business aspect as a reason to insult you, a reason to keep you down, a reason to talk mess. Like that's the thing that I don't like. Regardless of how much I got paid, that's something that I can just never live with. But in terms of like a job, in terms of like a place to chill, man, if it was just mostly chill, you know, again, respectful, honest, man, if I can put in the next 10, 15 years there as I try to figure out what I'm gonna do for retirement the rest of my life, you know, like, that'd be great. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have enough money to pay my bills, my rent, possibly get a new car, at some point maybe even buy a house, especially out here in Kansas. Like, houses out here is kind of inexpensive. Like, compared to California, man, the things that wind up costing you like near $1 million in California end up costing you like, end up costing 400,000 out here in Kansas. Like, there's some nice houses out here for 400,000. If you start getting into like the 600,000-700,000 range, man, like you find yourself almost like a little makeshift mansion, in you know, in a little bit. Like, but yeah, you know, now that we've moved and everything, like, I really need like, you know, I really don't need a lot of money to live a simple life. You know, if I was to live in California, though, that number would be a lot higher. I think I would need like maybe. Well, see, it's weird though, because in the OC, man, I think the poverty level came up to like, I think like 97,000. Like, if you make like 97,000 or something, that's still considered poverty level in the OC. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? That like almost 100K is poverty level in the OC. Like, how? So in California, I think that number would need to be like 150. But you know, out here where we at, you give me 100K, yeah, like I would be chill. Like, I would be super chill, to be honest, for the rest of my life. Put it out into the universe, you know what I'm saying? Anybody who needs a job like that, like, I hope you get a job like that. I hope it works out for you. Like, I just want positivity for everybody, you know what I'm saying? I want everybody to be cool. I want everybody to get, you know, to get what's rightfully theirs, you know what I'm saying? And just all of us put in the work, all of us put in the hours, all of us, you know, kill ourselves to some extent to make sure that we take care of our jobs, that our jobs are good, that our jobs are like immaculate, impeccable, you know, good quality. Like, we all do that. I don't think, you know, asking to be paid a livable wage, not a survival wage, because there's a difference, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of us get paid survival wages. Just to get paid a livable wage, like, I don't think it's a lot to ask, to be honest. And I want that for everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that we ever worked with, anybody that we ever been around, everybody that was cool, put in that time. Like, I just want everybody to have that livable wage for the skills they already have. And if you already have that, cool. Like, I'm happy for you. Like, I ain't hating on nobody. Like, get yours, you know, get your cash, get your money. You know, like, get your bag. Like, I'm all about that. You know what I'm saying? I just want my bag to show up in the mail. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get a little bit of money, you know, just enough to help out my, you know, to provide and support. You know, and that's really all I want to do. I'll put it out into the universe and hopefully it works out. Oh! Oh, damn, I didn't go far enough. That was on me.
Enough of this charade. Bring down the gravekeepers.
But yeah, I mean, that's it. If I can get something like that, I'd be cool, you know what I'm saying? 100K, chill working environment, working on something cool. Yeah, that sounds really nice. You know, putting it out into the streaming universe. You know, there's any companies out there that want me to game on their behalf with sponsorship banners, I'm down to do that too. Let's talk about how we start. You know, right now with no job, I just need to pay rent. So if you can offer me just, you know, if you can offer me some rent money for this partnership, you know, I'm down to talk about it. But damn, if he get my egg, he almost got my egg. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, adventure right now is just I don't know, man. It's a little crazy right now. You know what I'm saying? It's a little nuts. Let's see.
I must retreat.
Oh man. So Sage is let me see. I gotta read this real quick. That's pretty funny. Cause no, it's true though. It is true. It is true. Like what he said, it says actual facts. Cause I see that in myself a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like having to deal with a different group of people sometimes. You know, like different cultural experience for the companies that I've been at. Darn it. You know, sometimes you gotta be a little different. I'm not saying you gotta change who you are, but you just gotta be a little different. Not everybody is used to certain ways of thinking, you know. Oh, darn it. Oh god.
Your time is ending, Raven Lord.
A tower has been lost.
Whoops. Ooh!
The tower is mine. As it should.
I'm leaving this tower. We got this. Boom! Oh my god! Get him! Don't let him miss. Oh my goodness. Okay, he got him. Yeah.
Hell sells heroes. The altars rise.
What are we at? 5-3. It's like we gotta protect one of these. Alright, I'm gonna go quiet because we about to lose. But yeah, I mean, I guess those are the stories for today. Just putting it out to the universe. Right now, it's just I got time to do this. I got time to chat with, you know, the homies that I ain't really chatted with in a while. Just seeing them, like, it's cool, you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
You have done well.
if I still had, you know, a job, you know, I really wouldn't have to worry about that next paycheck. But at the same time, the job that I did have,
Not be stolen from me.
you know, things happen, things change, you know, like.
Heroes, I hope when there are called into the battle in silver. Use it well.
Oh my gosh. Couldn't kill nobody there. Yeah, you know, take the good with the bad, man. It's right now. It's a different point in my life, and I'm just trying to enjoy the time that I do have. Because I haven't been able to really game. I haven't been able to really like communicate. Just kind of.
The tower belongs to me.
I don't know. I guess focus on myself. You know, I don't know what I need to focus on myself on, but it's just those kind of like crazy aspects of life where it's like, what does it mean to really focus on oneself? And I guess that's where I'm at right now. Because after 20 years, it's like I don't really have that backing to to start over, you know. But I feel like I might have to. I don't want to. I feel like I might have to.
Waters before you.
I don't want to. Did we get that? Oh, we got that. Alright, cool. Damn, they about to get our tennis. Yep.
Fall back to safety.
Let me get this camp really quick. We can still bring this back. There's 2 next. We got 4 shots on each one. They're trying to end the game on the next one. Oh, damn. Damn, we got like no push top though. Let me go to the top.
Prepare yourselves, heroes.
Damn, we lost that one too. Damn.
The Gravekeeper claims another tower.
Damn, we lost all the towers. Yup, and then it just starts shooting. I think this is GG right here.
The Gravekeeper.
We don't got no
controls
weak
the
ones. We
towers.
didn't really
Take
push.
one back and end his
9,
bombardment.
6, 9. This is GG. I don't think we're gonna get this. Yeah.
Be swift, heroes. Do not let the Gravekeeper's foes reach the others before you.
Are we gonna, yeah, we're gonna lose. This is GG. 2. Yeah. Alright, well, we're gonna end down with the nail. I'm gonna hold that one. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, let's see. So we got that.
MVP.
Hey, you know what? Let me respond this to like Riot. I want to say that Riot was the best place I ever worked at. I don't know if it was, and I know there's controversy that had happened there. I got hired after they had settled that. Like I got hired. Let me lower this a little bit because I feel like I'm yelling. What's his face? Riot. So I got hired there July of 2019. And I was happy when I got in there. I had interviewed at Riot, I want to say 3 times before I actually got the job. 2 other times for different positions. The first one I made it to the first round. The second time I actually made it to the final interview, and that was kind of like a whole mess in itself. But I'm not gonna dwell on that. And the third time when I was contacted via the contract, you know, I interviewed with 2 different people. One of them was my lead, and she was great. The other guy didn't work. He was gonna be my manager, but I didn't work with him so much. You know, he was expecting, so he went on paternity like I think like a month after I got hired. So I had a new manager after that. But once I got in, I don't know, Riot. So I guess I gotta put this in perspective. So like Treyarch, Activision, Blizzard, pretty much anywhere that I've ever worked has been in industrial buildings. Riot took over the old, I think it was like Fox Movie Studios. I think it was the same studio that they filmed some of the Star Wars stuff. I'm not sure which Star Wars, but I know there's like some history of stuff that they did because I believe the Lucas Theater is there. Because one of the boardrooms that they have has an on-off switch for all the lights, but they sound like a lightsaber. So when you turn it on, it goes vroom, and then when you turn it off, it goes. And it was the old Lucas Theater, actually, the old Lucas Theater where they had the first screening of the OG Star Wars. It was right there in that location. So when you enter Riot, just as a whole, the vibe is different. Like, you can feel yourself becoming more creative as you step into those doors, or at least that was my impression. And I've held that impression for the whole time that I was there. Like, I didn't leave Riot with a worse impression than I did when I got hired at Riot. Like it and again, to be 100, that was like one of 3 jobs in my entire career that hurt to not be able to continue because of, just life. I legit shed tears when I had to leave Riot. I legit shed tears because I absolutely love that place. They were super trusting of the people. And what I mean by that is, at least when I worked there, you were scheduled to work your 8 hours. For the most part, they didn't care when you did your 8 hours. Just make sure that there was an 8-hour gap before you come in for your next 8 hours, right? Because of California laws and labor laws and such. So, like there would be certain days where I have to be there at 9 in the morning, 9:30, because I had meetings, I had presentations, I had stuff that I had to do. And that was, I think, like every Monday, and I want to say Thursday, were like my early days, like the days I had to be at a specific time because we just had meetings, we had presentations, we had things that I needed to do at that time. But like Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, sometimes I wouldn't show up until like 12, 12:30, 1 o'clock. Take a half-hour lunch, an hour lunch, and I'd be out at 9. And I would do that basically three days out of the week. Never, ever was that ever a problem. It was never like a fake problem. It was never like a made-up problem. It was never... it wasn't made to be something that it was not. They knew that I respected the work, that I respected the team and everything else, and I got that paid back to me with being able to do that. And even my manager told me several times, like, yeah, I see you coming in at this time. Does it just work better for you? And I was telling him, like, yeah, I'm driving from Long Beach and trying to get down here early morning when I don't need to be during rush hour traffic is like a hassle. Like, it doesn't matter what I come down, it just takes me 30 to 45 minutes longer to get here if I try to come here early in the morning, but I do it Mondays and Thursdays because, I gotta deal with it. And it was never a problem. They were always super supportive. And like I said, just being around that studio, it was probably the most multicultural, mixed group of people ever assembled to work at any company in the gaming industry, in my opinion. Or like, again, Activision, Treyarch, Blizzard. The population of the staff there, I mean, a rough estimate, I'll say it's probably like nine males to every single female that works there. Like, that's usually the ratio. Maybe there's an 8-to-2 ratio, but the male counterparts far outweigh the female counterparts at most studios that I went to. And I think some of the products reflected that, because when you got a bunch of dudes talking in certain meeting rooms, a lot of dude ideas are gonna come out. Manly idea, dude ideas, man game ideas. But at Riot, it was so mixed. I was never in a meeting that was only males. There was at least 3 or 4 females. There was like 7 females on my team, and my team was, I think, like my team, like my direct team, well, not my direct team, but the team that I worked directly with, was probably like 15 or 20 deep. So, and we had at least 7 females that worked in support of that team. So that thing alone. But once we went out to lunch, you would just see, people from around the world, Sweden, Africa, India, Korea, like everywhere. All different makes and races, all different types, all different identifications. So it was just like cool to see that. Like I know that they had their moment prior to when I got hired, and it wasn't a good moment. But in terms to see them trying to heal themselves and heal what was the damage that they had done and fix it. Because we had some very intense meetings, those that I won't discuss, but we had some very intense meetings regarding that situation while I did work there. Like it was talked about because certain things were taking place. They were very open about the situation. They weren't trying to hide nothing. They weren't trying to pressure nobody. It was just a very open discussion about what was going on, and they were transparent. Then you go in there, and it's just, again, I don't know if they do this, but at the time that I worked there, the perks: free lunch, free breakfast, and free lunch. And if you worked dinner, you got free dinner as well. They had a cafeteria, and they would be cooking between 4 and 5 different items at any different time, and the menu would rotate. So you could go there every day of the week and get something different every day of the week. They had a vegan station, so if you just wanted vegetables, and there was some times where I just got grilled veggies, to be honest, because like their food was so bomb, like I was just kind of like eating a lot of it. Sometimes like, no, I gotta slow down. So we got meals covered if we were there. They had a coffee shop there, Bilgewater Cafe, Bilgewater something. I can't remember what it was called. Free coffee. And it's not like just like free coffee. Like you can get free black coffee anywhere there, because we had coffee pots everywhere. Sugar, creamer, whatever. But it'd be like, hey, let me get like a mocha. Let me get like a mixed drink. Let me get a blended drink. I don't want to use trademark names. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sponsored by them. Let me get a blended drink, free of charge. You can go across the street to the esports arena. And then like for employees, they had a section. It was like a small arcade, like little lounge room, and it was a juice bar. And you can get smoothies and acai bowls there, custom made to your order. Like they give you a little sheet, free of charge. I was able to put my family and some friends on the visitors list, and even they could cash in on all the benefits. I think at the time, even so, they removed the restrictions of not allowing like your visitors to eat lunch. So it was like, I could bring my family and have lunch with them, have smoothies, have everything. And the processes that they were working on were a little bit different. A lot of it has to do with the company that they have a holding with, which is Tencent. Tencent's trying to do their thing right, is doing their thing. But and you can tell like the difference was like there was frustrating parts, and I guess this is kind of like the aspect of like when I say like there's always going to be frustration, there's always going to be conflict, but not once. I'm really trying to think hard. Yeah, not once. At least in my privy, in my view, in the meeting or anything that I was witness to, did anybody ever take out their frustrations on somebody else to the point where it created a very negative work environment. And I'm just speaking from my time at Riot. It was legit my favorite place to work. Like my favorite place to work. And when I had to leave, it hurt, man. It hurt so bad. Like it hurt so bad. Everybody was so nice. I told everybody I was leaving. I really didn't know, like a lot of my team for that long. They were so nice. They took me out to a ramen spot, a good ramen spot too. And I can't remember where it was at, and because it's too fancy for me to go on my own, And they know the spots. It was legit. You know what I'm saying? They paid for me and everything, man. They send me off with the ramen, with the ramen send off, and that would be a thing where like a lot of people in the group would go and just get ramen like every week or every 2 weeks or whatever, and they would always, extend the invites. I was able to join them a couple of times. There was another time we went out to like an upscale dive bar where they sold like like fancy foods like poutine. I know in Canada poutine is just poutine, but when you bring it down to to California or America, poutine is something fancy, and I guess I will admit this part because I don't really know. Like like one dude paid for everything, said, "Hey, pay me back." I could have sworn I dropped like the money that I owed him on his desk, and I I hit him back up. Hey, I left the money on your desk. And then I looked at my wallet and I was like, hold up, did I give him enough? Did I shortchange him? Because that wasn't my intent. I didn't want to shortchange nobody. Then he was being so nice. I didn't want to shortchange nobody. I didn't want to come out looking like a trifler or anything like that. So I hit him back up like, hey, did I give you enough money? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm looking at my wallet. I think I have more than I should. No, we good. All right, cool. Everybody there was super nice to me, and everybody there was super nice to each other. Which is like the other thing. Everybody was joking. Everybody, and I had actually started working there and noticed that one of the old homies I worked with at Treyarch was there too. So that was cool to work with him again too. But everybody was super nice to each other, respectful. And when I had to like leave that place, man, I was sad. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody hugged me goodbye, said good luck with everything. I went into the car, tears. I started crying. Like I was devastated that this couldn't work out. Damn, like you can't even see my face at this point. It's super dark. Ooh, it's creepy. But yeah, no, when I left that place, it was different for sure. It was super different. Again, I'm just speaking from that place was hard to leave. That place was super legit. My favorite place to work. The energy there is different. Like the energy there is, I don't know, it's kind of amazing in a way, to be honest. Like for all the controversy that surrounded them during that time period, it seemed to me that they had been working so hard to fix that if you didn't know that had gone on, you never would have thought anything was wrong. Because like, I know you've been a part of this, Kevin, because we talked about it, Jack, too. You know what I'm saying? When we have lunch, we have like our little get-togethers and our private meetups or whatever. And there'll be aspects of the job that we talk mess about. Whether it's, I mean, it sucks, but whether it be like a certain individual that's rubbing us the wrong way or just a process or what's going on, there's always been like those little groups of like, we the homies, everybody else don't like us, we don't like kind of working here because the way they treat us, or something along those aspects. It's not always something as extreme as we hate this place. It's just something doesn't feel right and we just kind of gotta stick together. I never had a conversation at Riot with anybody where they told me, leave this place sucks, this place whatever, like not once. And I can't say that about any other studio that I ever worked at. The only other one in my experience that was like that for me was Treyarch, when we were doing World at War, because we were all young dudes. You know what I'm saying? We were working on a Call of Duty game. They gave us free food, free soda, sugary drinks. I gained 100 and something pounds working there. But even that experience, like that was my favorite project. World at War was my favorite project. Like that to me was like the apex of like why I got into the industry. But in terms of like my favorite place to work, like if I could still work there today, which I don't think would be possible because I think everything is on site and we're out here in Kansas now and it's a life thing. But if there was a way for me to work with them again, I think I would try to make it work because it was that dope. Like it to me, my experience was that dope that I would want to go back again and give it another shot and give it a rightful shot. You know what I'm saying? Not be drawn away because life is drawing me away. Not be drawn away. I really gotta light my face up. I feel like I'm just talking in the dark here. I won't make it look creepy. I need to get me some lights. It seems like it's too close. That's too far. Anyways, but yeah, like nah. If I was given a chance by the gaming genie, shout out to Game Genie. But if I had like one wish by the gaming genie said, hey, actually I would take 3 wishes, but if I could use one wish, it would be, you know what? Give me a fair shot to give it my best shot at Riot. And I was giving it my best shot when I worked there. And I felt like there was a possibility where I could have possibly, like got off a contract, become permanent, and been trying to move up in the company. But life had different plans. Life had a different path for me at that time. So if there was a gaming genie out there, and it was one wish, that would be one of my wishes. Like as silly as that might sound, that I would use my wish to go back to work. That would be one of them. Give me a fair shot to really just be able to use my talents all the way through a project. Let me give it my full shot. Let me see a project from beginning or even incubation all the way to the end. Like give me that shot to really like do that, and I would do that. Riot was cool, man. Riot was super cool. I give it, like I give it a 9.5 out of 10, and the only reason why I don't give it that extra 10 is because I was a contract employee at the time, and they have a policy of not speaking of extensions and stuff like that. It's just how it was, how it is. And then again, it's the business. I understand the business, which is why I'm not saying, oh, it's 2 points. It's just that had things been able to go just a little bit different, who knows? Maybe I would have been able to kind of just give it a fair shot there, you know what I mean? Because I would have loved to finish Wild Rift. I know at the end Wild Rift wasn't what they were expecting, but that was the project that I was on. That was the project I was putting a lot of time into. And it would have been nice to see it finish from inside instead of having to wait another year and a half due to COVID and everything else going on in the world at the time, and then kind of seeing it release without much fanfare, but still, like I would have loved to still be there to see that whole process and see how it went and just to learn from it as a whole. Why is it that the game that was going, like in my opinion, was going to be, should have been pretty successful, just kind of wasn't. But yeah, if I can get one more shot to do that, and if things worked out in life where I could do that, I would love to go to that place again. But yeah, Riot was different for sure, but it was like my favorite place to legit work. Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. So we had the Riot thing. Where am I at here? We gonna talk for a bit. Oh yeah, the homie Jack had brought up that one thing that he thanked Nexon for was that it exposed them. I'm trying to find that message where it exposed them to different cultures, and it made them to not be ghetto. And nah, I mean that's facts though. That is facts. Because I will admit, all these jobs that I talked about in the previous part, the valet gig, the retail gig, all that stuff, I was young, I grew up in the hood, I was born in and LA County Medical Center. You know, that's like in the borders of East Los. No, sorry, USC Medical Center, USC or LA County USC Medical Center, which is like right on the border of East Los. I was born there. You know, I was raised on like West Hollywood for the first 10 years of my life, and I know sometimes people hear Hollywood. Nah, man, West Hollywood is is sketch. And if anybody wants to know what part of West Hollywood, back in the day is the old, I don't know if it still exists, but the old KTLA Channel 5 building and the old Fox TV KTTV Channel 11 buildings were like literally down the road from us on Sunset. So we lived on Lexington. You walk about 3 blocks up to Sunset, and depending on which route you took, either next to Channel 11 or next to Channel 5. And if you went down a little bit more, there was Gower Studios that I believe was being owned and operated by CBS at the time, I think. But you know, you grew up around there, you know what I'm saying? And that place was, you know, that place was sketch too. Moved over to Long Beach. And that little like cubby hole that when my parents bought the house, it wasn't like the most ghetto, and even the elementary school that was in the neighborhood wasn't the most ghetto. But once we went to middle school, which was Lindbergh Middle School, and once we went to the David Starr Jordan High School, you know what I mean? Like you grow up a certain way, you build up certain mannerisms, you build up certain ways of thinking, of being, of acting, and yeah, like those first couple of jobs, I think part of the reason why I was cussing out, you know, leads and managers and just having like this overall attitude was because I was being ghetto. You know what I'm saying? For lack of a better term, I was being ghetto. And even like my first gig at Sony, you know, like I was still a big ghetto. Activision was kind of like a little bit down on that. By the time I got to Treyarch, the ghetto was inside me, but like it was such a chill environment to working for the most part at Treyarch where it didn't really come out. And then it wasn't until, let me see, so then it was Treyarch, Capcom, 2K for a bit, back to Treyarch, back to Panasonic. Panasonic was probably like my first exposure to like learning how to not be a certain way, right? Because I was the youngest cat there. My boss was older than I was, and then my coworker, Mama Pia, she was already a grandmother. You know, she was older. She was expert level age. You know what I mean? And she already had little grandkids and everything else. And sometimes I wouldn't outright come out disrespectful to her, but I would say things in a certain way that she would have to question, because she was from Germany, so like she knows English, you know what I'm saying? She doesn't know slang English. She knows English. She might know something like cool and awesome and stuff like that. But there'd be times where I'd be talking to her, I'd be like, "Oh, did you see that? That was dope," or "That was bomb," or you know, use things like that. And she was like, "Moises, what does that mean?" And I was like, "Oh, my bad, Mama Pia. You know, when I say this, when I say that, I'm just really excited." "Oh, okay, cool. I wasn't sure what you were talking about because you say dope and I'm thinking drugs, you know." But like that was like that first type of like me trying to wean down off of that. Then Superbot, I was weaning off of that, so I was a little bit more. But like I said, I got fired from that spot, and a little bit of that ghetto-ness came out. By the time I got to Blizzard, it was kind of chill, but there were certain times where ghetto mode pop out and be like that too. But nah, I think, you know what, much to your point, Jack, yeah, like Nexon, having to work with native Korean speakers from Korea, and it's just a whole like different type of cultural divide. Having to learn how to communicate in like a more simplistic form, yeah, like that was a very big cultural eye-opening experience for me too, because they approach their job a certain way, you know, we approach our job a certain way, and like on paper, like that should never really mix or work, I guess, but like it did. You know, and I think a lot of it is because much like you, like it taught us to kind of like just calm down and be more open to, like, not everything is the way that we grew up seeing it. Not everything is this way. You know, it's different. And no, that was, yeah, no, you're right, man. Nexon was kind of like that first kind of, and that's probably why I liked Riot so much, like coming from Nexon, because I remember what it was like working with Native Koreans and having like that cultural representation, getting to learn about people's cultures, getting to learn about them as a whole, how they grew up, and understand that even though they grew up in Korea or South Korea, that there's certain universal things that we all understand. You know what I mean? Like the chancla. For anybody who doesn't know what the chancla is basically when your mom would hit you with like a sandal or, you know, a flip flop or something. You know, and different variants of that, because we were all kind of older, and so, you know, we grew up in the 80s, early 90s when we would still get whooped. And they would be like, you know, yeah, you know, I was growing up, you know, I'd get hit with this. Oh, really? They do that here too? It's like in Korea, you know, when my mom used to get mad, she used to get like a little stick and hit me in the back or whatever. Like, and you started like, we all the same. We all the same. Like, yes, we have different ways of communicating. We have different ways of speaking. But we all relatively grow up, for the most part, we all grow up the same way. And just like, that was a very eye-opening experience. I mean, Nexon was super dope. No, that is true, Jack. That for real, though. Like, that was like a very culturally eye-opening experience, for sure, for sure. Let's see what else we got. All right, cool. Yeah, nah, Jack. Like I'm, you know, like, you know, when after the Nexon thing, like, yeah, then having no job, no family, for sure, man. That's why I'm kind of feeling right now. But you know, I believe you still got a young one, and you had a young one. I had a young one. We both worked at Nexon, and whenever things like this would happen to me previously, whether it was, you know, rightful or not, nah, man, you get stressed out. And I'm not even gonna front. You know what? To be honest, I knew that this was gonna be my situation at some point this year. I had called it at the beginning of the year, and I think hearing certain people talk about plans for Halloween, November, December 2026, you know, like I talked myself out of believing what my gut was telling me. And once June and July rolled around, I was like, this is not feeling right. But why do they keep talking about work that's gonna happen in 2026? And then, boom, you know, last week it was like, you know, we're gonna inform you guys that, you know, it's over, pencils down. Your official last day was this past Monday for us. And like right now, having gone through all of that, like, nah, last week was rough. You know, last week was rough, man. Like it was like a sense of failure that, even though like I knew in my gut that this day was coming, the fact that it came and I wasn't as prepared as I should have been for it, like it had me messed up. It had me twisted. Like, I ain't going front. Like, it had me twisted. It did have me twisted. And even now, to a certain degree, I'm not twisted that I don't work there no more. I really didn't care to work at Nat Games anymore. Like, I don't care to work there anymore. But it's like that, you know, like, I don't know, I guess the disrespect they showed us on the way out, and just, I don't know, just feeling like, damn, I've done put in 20 years into this industry, and like, this is the way it still treats us, you know what I mean? Like, it was crazy. So last week I was super twisted, but we gotta look at the positive side sometimes, you know what I'm saying? My kid is doing well, wifey is doing well, we're together in Kansas. I mean, he's a little bit further out because I didn't want to move too close to him, you know. I wanted to be close enough where I can drive to him, but I didn't want to be close enough where he can just come and knock at my door. Like, if he's gonna come and visit us, like on a surprise visit, it's gonna take some thought. You know what I mean? He's gonna have to figure out how to get here. And that's what I wanted. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be close enough where I could help him in case of an emergency. But for the most part, I just want him to live his life. You know what I'm saying? I just want him to go out there, live his life. I don't want him to be, and also for him, I didn't want him to be constantly looking over his shoulder in case he wanted to enjoy some of the college experience. But like, when you start thinking about everything, it's like, man, like, yeah, and like I had me twisted, but you know, just being here and everything else. And again, man, my wifey has been super supportive. Like she's the best. She's you know, she's the effing best. And I'm trying not to curse on these particular streams because they're video game related. You know, just in case the young heads come in, I'm not trying to really curse, which is why I'm trying to censor myself as much as I can. So apologies for any curse words that come out, and if by chance, you know, this is on stream anywhere in the family area. But no, you know, it's like now, you know, again, we have time. You know, we've been chatting it up. I've been telling stories for, you know, 4 hours at this point, maybe a little bit longer. I have time to do this now. You know, these are little things that are not necessarily important to me per se, because I'm not going to make no money off of this in that sense. But it's nice to have these moments in my life that I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to try. I've always wanted to expand my horizon, just kind of put myself out there a little bit more, because, you know, as we all know, the industry is a very small industry, and certain people that you work with in your past end up going to other places, and it doesn't always happen, but sometimes certain people can keep your name out of their mouths, so they tell other people who may not know you, oh, you know, don't work with so and so because so and so is this, so and so is that. And then, you know, you miss out on opportunities. So for me, it's kind of like putting myself out there. I know I've already released some stuff that with some people, I'm be like, nah, we can't hire this guy because he's, I don't know, emotional, irrational. He might just out us, stuff of that sort. I'm not trying to work with those people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to work with people who are like us. Chill, cool, respectful. Like, yeah, there might be some conflict between us. There might be a thing where, like, maybe we say something in a joking manner to one another on the wrong day, and it's going to be taken out of context or the wrong way. But that will be for the moment, you know, and then after that, we'll just be like, oh, hey, you know, my bad, homie. I didn't mean it like that. You know what I'm saying? I was just messing with you, whatever. Boom, and we go about our day. You know what I'm saying? And that's the type of environment that I love to work in. So, like, this is me just putting myself out there, letting people know, like, kind of who I really am. Like, yeah, you know, like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I can be ghetto. I can be rambunctious. I can be difficult. I can be. I'm not, you know, that's who I am. But that's not my intent to be like that with anybody. I always want to go in respectful and everything else. And, you know, who knows, man? Who knows? You gotta put yourself out there sometimes in different ways, and this is the new world. You know what I'm saying? If it's on tape, then it must be real. I don't know, man. It's, you know, I got time to try something different right now, so I'm trying something different. For sure, man. For sure. I do feel the pain, though, man. We've talked about that when we were next time together. You know, raising a family and stuff like that is cool. It's crazy, not cool. It's just crazy when you get to those certain situations in your life. The max and less than my rent. Yeah, we're talking about unemployment. No, for real. No, it is. It's always been, especially in California. Like, no, let me see. When I was the one time I was able to get the max in California. What was my max? I think it was like $480 a week was the max in California. So it was $960 bi-weekly. It was $1920 every month. Luckily, during the time of my biggest unemployment stretch, which was like about a year and a half, almost 2 years. If you don't include like the little contracts that I did in between that only lasted like a week or so, I think the longest one was like 6 weeks. But if you don't include those, you know, it was probably about like a 2-year stretch where I didn't have a job, and I was still living with my pops in Long Beach in his house. And you know, luckily for us, like the max, man, it was chill. It was cool. You know, like we were only paying like 500 in rent. You know, we had to just pay for our own food, our own gas, and our own things. So when I was making the max that back then, surprisingly, I was pretty good. Surprisingly, I was pretty good. But if the max was now and it's the same max, I don't know if they've increased the max. Like they might have increased to like five something or six. I really don't know. But my rent in California right now would have been $2,000. That doesn't include utilities. That doesn't include phone. That doesn't include nothing. So I'd probably only be making about like $300 more than my full rent. And that $300 is not going to last. You know, like it just isn't. $300 for whatever you got for the remainder of the month or the next 2 weeks. It's not going to last. You know, and then the problem is that even if you get the max, like so let's say over the course of the month you have enough to pay your rent, that's cool, but you still gotta live within that month. You still gotta buy food, you still gotta buy, you know, you still gotta pay for fuel, you still gotta pay bills, you still gotta do a bunch of things. Like that second check that comes in right before rent, man, none of that is making it to rent day. So by the time, you know, that end of the month check comes in for rent, nah, the max is nothing. And even here, like if I got the California max out here, or the Kansas max, I don't even know what the Kansas max is right here, but I'm pretty sure it would probably cover my rent and my rent only. Again, I don't know. My rent out here is actually cheaper. We got a bigger spot out here, and it's about $500 cheaper than it was out there, which is part of the reason why we moved, just because it was gonna be cheaper rent. And you know, it just gives us that ability to just kind of, you know, survive a little bit better. But nah, the max is. It's not a lot. It for sure isn't a lot. Let's see. The market stuff. No, it's true. You guys are right. You know what I'm saying? Same juice, same product, different label. It's like Nikes, homie. It's like, you know, they make those shoes for $10 and sell them for $200. You know, but if you take away the swoosh, that's a $48 shoe. We did go through the fraud stuff for show, NDI. We went through that. Oh, I went deep into that. I went up on the thing. Riot. All right, so we're here on the different Riot things, but yeah, no, like I explained my position on Riot. It was different. And then right after that, yeah, Riot is in Santa Monica, so it is, even for me, it was a trip. So like the way that I would get to Riot, for the most part, would be that wifey would drop me off at I think it was a Gold Line, up in the Norwalk station. She would drop me off there. I would take the Gold Line. That's the one that goes through the 105, right? Yeah, so I would get on the Gold Line, go to Rosa Park Station in Compton, go down the steps to the Blue Line, get on the Blue Line to, I want to say, not Chick Kearns, is it Adams? A lot of those stations were close. I can't remember exactly where it is that I had to stop, but it took me to a certain spot, and then from there I took the Expo line. And the Expo line would take me the rest of the way, because the Expo line actually runs like parallel to where Riot is. So like on one station, you literally just have to go up to one corner and just take like one long left. Depending on where you can take the long left later or early, and just go left down the street and then go up. And you know, so it wasn't really like a trip. But there were certain days where, like, if I really wanted to get a little bit extra sleep, you know, like wifey she would be like, she was down, like she would drive me down to downtown LA so I can just catch the Expo line straight out. You know, like we did it when we had to, when I wanted some extra sleep, and she would, you know, allow me that extra sleep, but I just kind of didn't like it, because I didn't like the idea of wifey having to drive through LA traffic at any given point, being so far from home and everything like that, you know, so. But that's how I got to Riot. But no, it was a drag. If I had to drive out there like every single day, it would have been, even from Anaheim, it would have been like way too much. Oh, for sure. So this is what, you know, Jack had said, you know, what I truly thank Next on 4 is expanding my mindset from the ghetto mindset. We discussed this for sure. Learning about different peoples. Yeah, for sure. Like that was like one of the biggest things that I took, and like, nah, it was dope, man. It was super dope. I like working on, Jong Hoon, Gunyang. Man, what was homegirl's name? She was on my team too. She was so nice to me too. She was Ida's homegirl. How can I forget her name? She was so nice to me. And then the other one, man, I forgot so many people's names. I feel bad because it's been so long. But nah, man, I adored all those people. I adored every one of those people. Those people were so nice and it was so dope. But it was good. Cool. Thanks, Jack. Thanks for the compliment, bro. I try my best. Good stream, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. Hey, the riot points. You know what? I was able to walk away. You know what? I might, if I stream next time, I might just stream some ARAM League for a little bit. When I worked there, they did give me access to the riot point tool, and I was able to get some riot points, and I wasn't super greedy with it, which now, like, looking back in hindsight, I feel like I could have been a lot more greedier and they would have not said anything to me. But I walked away with with some riot points on my account, and I bought me some skins, and I would go on ARAM and buy the little boosties that they would have just and I'm almost out of riot points, but like I wasn't super greedy with them. I think I probably should have been a little bit more greedy because they would have not said anything. But yeah, no, the riot points is I don't know if they still do it, but yeah, it was a legit thing. My project was a problem. Outsource my own job. Yep, that's the business aspect of all this, man. Outsourcing. La chancla, ya tú sabes. Ya tú sabes. I like how he's falling further into the shadow. Sun goes on. I had the window open, and now it's completely dark outside. I had the window open outside. It's almost 10 o'clock. But yeah, the shadows. Let's see. Yeah, getting the irritation out. Yeah, trash and stuff. Yeah, for reals though. Because the next song is I could tell people to avoid. Nah, for real. When you have that bad experience at any gaming company and just you kind of like think about like everything that you had to do just to come up to the point where you no longer work there. Yeah, like I was doing that a lot at my current at my former or my recently former employer. Like I got hit up a few times, and I couldn't recommend, to be honest, and that was part of the reason why I never kind of like reached out to anybody that I knew, because it was, you could sense that there was going to be no progression there. Like I always held out hope that I would be proven wrong, and it was fool's errand to think that way. But I always held out hope that I would be proven wrong. But like since I wasn't proven wrong throughout my tenure there, like I always avoided like seeking out the homies to come and work with us, because I was like, nah, I really can't do this to the homies. The next one layoff, just sort of, nah, for real. Anytime you go through a layoff, man, it's just, it's breaking. It's devastating for reals, though. Let's see, Huntington Park for reals. Damn. Oh, I remember you talking about you growing up in El Monte. I remember that. Yup. Nah, for reals though. Like that's some stuff. Yep. Hey, nah, for reals. The ghetto be still coming out. For reals though. Damn, 10 years old. What? Hey, that's nuts. Damn, 10 years old. Time flies, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. And it's crazy too, because I think Franco's baby boy is about the same age too. And when we were working at Nexon, he was like 3 years old, I think, like 3 or 4, and they had just had a baby girl, and she's probably like maybe 6 at her oldest. She's probably like 5 right now. That's crazy, man. They not like us. They not like us. For sure. I'll accept your friend invite for sure. Yup, Moist is difficult. That be me, homie. That be me for sure. Sometimes that could be me most of the time. 1875 in Covina. Yeah, so right here up in Kansas, we have a 2-bed, 2-bath, pretty nice sized room, and a balcony because we live up in the 3rd floor, so we have a balcony in back there. And behind us is literally all park. Like it's not park. It's a nature. Like it's all nature. Like it's trees. We've seen coyotes down there, and dude, I've seen so many different types of birds out here. It's crazy. Blue jays, orioles, finches, robins, cardinals. Like it's nice out here. Like I'm really enjoying it out here. And my rent is without any utilities is $15.30. Which is on the high side for like I guess Kansas, but you know when I was working, we were making that that somewhat of a California income or a low California income, but it was enough to survive here. Now we'll see what happens. Damn, $4.50 a week though for reals. Damn, that seems like it's $30 less than before. That's crazy. 2,200? Nah, son, that's nuts. Damn, bro, I hope that works out. Let's see. You know what it could be? What if you guys are hearing like that sound? I do have a ceiling fan on because it gets hot in here, and right now it's summertime. But it could either be that it's picking up my PC sound because my PC has 2 big fans, or it could be picking up my ceiling fan because it's hot out here. Like we do have the AC running, but it's hot out here. It pretty much just stays above 85 the whole day. It's probably dropped to like 78 like once or twice this entire summer, but nah, it's hot out here, so I don't open the window. The thing is on, so my bad. My bad for having that. But I'll see if I turn it off the next time and see if that kind of goes away with some of the noise. But it's behind the green screen, and it's going on. So my bad for having that. It's just I can't have no windows open. You know what I'm saying? If I had another fan, it would just be the same thing. So I'll see if I can fix that for sure. Yeah, man, Frank. Yeah, he was cool. Nah, we are in a little suburb called Merriam, Kansas. It's surrounded by Overland Park, Shawnee Mission Parkway, or the city of Shawnee. So Shawnee, Overland Park, and Lenexa. So we're like surrounded by those 3 bigger cities around us, and I'm pretty sure both of you might have it. So if y'all know where Signal Hill is, you know how like Signal Hill lies. Like if you live in Long Beach and you drive up like certain street, like you hit Signal Hill. If you come in from like Carson, you hit Signal Hill, and if you come in from like Bellflower or any other like that other city, like there's always like that little middle city, that Signal Hill that runs down Cherry to like right before the east side of Long Beach starts, but it's like right like dab in the middle. That's kind of how I would describe Merriam. Like it's a small town. Like if you look it up, it's like 4.3 square miles, but it's surrounded by bigger cities. But it's cool though. We're known for having, I think, Kansas's only IKEA. So nah, it's cool out here, man. I've loved it out here, to be honest. I've been out here 6 months, and I love it out here for sure. So yeah, now we could have got something for less than $1,500, but again, with the money that I was bringing in and everything else, we wanted to, like, after living in a 1-bedroom for, damn, we were in the 1-bedroom until the boy left for school. We just wanted to live it up a little bit. So we came out here because the amenities, which we really haven't used. Well, we use some of them, so I think for the most part, it's been kind of worth it. But we haven't used them, and we to as much as the extent. But like one of the biggest things here was the amenities. So there's a basketball court, like a half court out. It's not really a half court, but you know, it's big enough to get some shots off. I use that probably the most frequently. So there's a half court. Literally like a 2-minute walk up on the property itself, so I like using that. So it's like one of those amenities that I myself couldn't pass up because I like playing basketball, or at least I like shooting around. Behind that, they have like a combo pickleball, tennis court type section that's fenced off, that's accessible, and you know, take your own balls and everything else. Behind that is like a little makeshift dog park that they've made. So if ever I get a dog out here and I'm still living here, you know, I can take my dog out there. They have an outdoor pool that's only open during the summertime. That's about to close in September. And they have a 24/7 accessible indoor pool. So you like anytime you want to go in there. Same thing with the gym. The gym is 24/7, and the gym is pretty well equipped. It's nice. They keep it clean. So that's cool. And then on the upstairs part of that building, there's a game room. They got 4 billiard tables, 2 electronic dartboards. They provide sticks and balls for the billiards. They provide some darts, but they tend to kind of wear out because they're the plastic tip ones, not the metal tip ones. So sometimes, you know, those things have a habit of breaking. But you know, wifey bought us some, so we have our own darts, and we've gone out to the game room a few times, play some darts, play some bowls. So that's been kind of cool, you know. So it was those like little amenities on the property itself that made us kind of come up here and want to spend that money. But no, we could have got something that was just a straight out, just like an apartment with like the only amenity being like a washer and dryer, or like a washroom on the premises, but nothing else. You know, like we were near a park or we were near this, and we probably could have paid probably $200 less. But like all those spots, they just weren't singing to us. Like they weren't really like spying us. So you know, we moved out here. Now we liked it out here, but for sure, yeah, for sure. We by Kansas City. We are by Kansas City. So we're actually right in the border of Missouri. So if I leave my premises and just literally start driving east, I will be at the Missouri border in about 15 minutes by street. And then if you drive just a little bit further north, that's where Kansas City is. So from like where Kansas City, Missouri, well actually Kansas City as a whole, from where like Kansas City starts, I'm probably like 15 minutes away. From the portion of Kansas City, Missouri, I'm probably like 20-25 minutes away, but it's like super close. Let's see. Oh, damn, everybody got homies out here, so now you got another homie. Kansas City, Florida. Hey, it be getting hot. It be getting super hot, and I actually made that reference that like this is what it must feel to live in Florida, because it be humid out here. Man, my hair be getting curly and wet, and like it's crazy. Nah, homie, you don't even gotta change. That's true, but I ain't no Chiefs fan. Never. I'm a stickler for team loyalty. I don't know what it is about me. I grew up being a Laker fan, a Dodger fan, a LA Kings fan, and then for whatever reason I was never a Rams or Raiders fan, but I was always a San Francisco 49ers fan. So like moving down here in terms of football was you know, it's like moving into enemy territory. But nah, I would never swap teams. I will adopt teams or adapt teams, like, because we live out here now. But like, I don't think I'll ever be a Chiefs fan. Like, there's too much pain there, you know, after whooping the Niners twice in the Super Bowl. On Super Bowls that, man, as a fan, I was like, we got this, and then to see those choked away, those hurt too much. So I can never be a Chiefs fan, But like, I always liked being with the Royals. Like the Royals, I've always kind of liked their uniforms and everything. George Brett is one of those players that didn't play in the Dodgers that I always respected just because he was crazy. You know, he was a great hitter. good, you know, like just an overall good baseball player. But that dude was one of those like those off the hinge type dudes from the '80s, and I always respected George Brett for that. So like, I always kind of liked like the Royals as a whole, and consider that they're AL. Like I wouldn't mind going to like a Kansas City Royals game and chilling, and like after a while, if I really get into it, like I'll be a Royals fan, but I'm never going to be no Chiefs fan. The only football team that we go for out here, you know, we Jayhawks out here. You know, we Jayhawks. So like, you know, their football season starts on Saturday, so you know the rooting and the screaming will continue. But not for sure. But yeah, all right, y'all. Hey man, Jack, Kevin, Steve, thank y'all, man. Thank y'all for joining, having me speak, having me just, you know, talk for 5 hours or however long it's been. I think it's gonna be this long. It ended up being a little bit longer. Thank y'all for chilling with me, man. I don't know how often I'll be streaming, but I'll make it a thing to let it be known that I'm streaming. And you know, I don't know where you guys catch me. I don't even know how you guys popped in here. To be honest, I don't know where I shared it. I might have shared it on LinkedIn. I don't remember, man. Things are kind of hectic right now, but K-State. Nah, I'm playing. But nah, we Jayhawks out here. But nah, you know, thank you guys for just popping in, just spending some time with me. It's been a long time since I've been able to just conversate with y'all, or just at least interact with y'all. And I do miss you cats. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those sad things about this industry is that you meet so many like wonderful people that is like, man, you know, you click with people. You know, you start talking about family, you start talking about life, you start just, you know, and those are people that I ended up missing. You know, people like y'all, like, you know, I ended up just missing throughout my whole career, and just having you guys pop in here and just conversate with us. All right, cool. So, you know, yeah, man. So thank you guys for popping in. Thank anybody else who might have catches this on demand. I'll catch you guys on the socials. You know, Kevin and Jack and Steve. You know, catch y'all on the socials, on Discord, and you know, we can always chat up. And man, if you guys need any help, you know, I know we've been saying this through words for years, ever since we worked with each other, and I mean them, and I know you all mean them, and I want this to be out there. You know, if there's anything that I can help y'all with, any type of, you know, referrals, references, whatever, you know what I mean, just holler at me. I'll try my best to help y'all out, and I know, you know, the same goes for y'all. Like, we've always talked about this, and you know, I know it's true. So, but yeah, man, yeah, for sure. Thank y'all again for watching. I'll be back probably doing this Friday. I might do this on Friday. I might have something different on Friday, at least for one different portion of it. I want to talk to my nieces and my nephews and my godkids, and I just figured it's probably the easiest way. And I got something planned out. Like I said, we have to try different things and expose ourselves to different things. So I'm gonna try different things and see what clicks. Oh man, I'll start earlier, and I'll see if I can get some lights like at a TJ Maxx or something, some of those cheapo lights, just so I can get some more lighting in here for real, so I don't disappear into the shadows the longer that the stream goes on. But for sure, for real. So I should get some lights, because this is the second time this has happened to me. Man, don't trip, Kevin. I know you got me, bro. Don't trip, man. Don't trip. This industry is small enough where I know at some point, you know, we'll all have good stories and good things to say about each other, and if not, something will work out for us, man. Something will work out for us. Oh, for reals. All right, y'all. Well, thank y'all for joining me. Thank y'all for just chilling with me. I've enjoyed this. This has been a super pleasure, and I guess I'm gonna end it like this. This has been Mo. Thank y'all again for just joining me, and I'll catch y'all on the flip. Peace out, y'all. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Peace.